Alicia's running for office and she's got big ideas, but it's going to cost money to share those ideas with voters. So Alicia needs to fundraise. But all the hours sorting spreadsheets, researching donors, and guessing how much to ask people for feels repetitive, manual, and inefficient. And it's time she could be spending with voters. So Alicia found Calltime AI. Now Alicia can upload her contacts and Calltime AI will instantly identify her most likely donors. It handles all the donor research and even recommends how much money she should ask for. In a single click, she can see giving history, add donors to call lists, log notes and contributions, and even track follow-ups. With Calltime AI, Alicia is fundraising 5 times faster. And more importantly, she's confident she's always calling the right person at the right time with the right ask. Now, Alicia is fundraising smarter and has more time to spend with voters, sharing her big ideas.
I'm Rod Nellis. I'm a Harris County Commissioner. I want to thank all of the Democratic activists who are in El Paso. You are the lifeblood of the Democratic Party, and you will help us make this state go into the Democratic column. I know that Colin Allred can be a United States Senator with your help. I want to thank you for what you're doing. I want to encourage you to keep up the good fight. We can pick up some seats in the House. We can hold our own in the Texas Senate, maybe gain some seats. My county was red when I got here with a lot of activists who are in this room. It is now a blue county. We can do this, Texas. Let's get it done.
This election is a referendum on stopping extremism. I'm Trey Martinez-Fisher, Chairman of the House Democratic Caucus. We will fight like hell because our freedom is on the ballot. Together, we'll protect your freedom to choose, love, and to participate in our democracy. Join us.
Everyone's talking about the race to 270. But it really only comes down to a few swing states. Those states get to decide things like the Senate and the House too. So how can Texas join the club? Well, let's look at the 2 newest members, Arizona and Georgia. The first step is it's all about the long game. Organizations in both states have done decades of work building the voter base, leadership, and campaign infrastructure to win down the road. Texas is home to 8 of the 10 fastest growing counties in the United States, and trending Democratic faster than any other state in the country, making it primed for this sort of long-term planning and investment. Amazing individuals and organizations have been doing this work, and we're ready to help take it to the next level. And that means concentrating on the big picture. Look at Arizona. They flipped both Senate seats, the governor's mansion, and the attorney general. Too many times in Texas, we get excited about one singular campaign without building lasting infrastructure. If we look at the big picture, all the statewide races over the last 4 elections, we see opportunity. We just need to capitalize on it. That brings us to the age-old debate. Is it turnout or persuasion that wins elections? The answer is yes. The best campaigns don't just turn out the base, they also persuade the middle. Georgia and Arizona didn't just turn out important demographics for Democrats. They had great candidates that ran effective campaigns with winning messages. Texas isn't a red state. We're a non-voting state. And we've got the shifting demographics that are ready to turn out. But we also need the right candidates and the right message with strong data and the best well-trained campaign staff. So the final step is, well, resources. In Texas, we've made incredible progress with fewer resources. Republicans are outspending us in Texas. Democrats are outspending us in Georgia. Imagine what we can do if we close that gap. That's why we created the Agave Democratic Infrastructure Fund. We're building a long-term, statewide Democratic infrastructure that will support candidate recruitment, staff training, data, fundraising, messaging, and research. Because if we don't, instead of Georgia or Arizona, we could become Ohio or Florida, swing states that have fallen off the map. The decision is up to us. If we meet the moment, if we turn Texas blue, we win.
I'm Jewel McGowan, member of the Coalition of Black Democrats. Today we're here to honor two great Democrats, Miss Darrellyn Davis from Fort Worth and Judge Morris Overstreet from Amarillo, Texas. Darrellyn was one of the smartest women that I know, even though it wasn't very popular at that time for women to be smart and in politics, but we defied the odds. I was fortunate to be her first vice president. And now let me talk about Judge Morris Overstreet. He was a very smart young man and knew the law. He was a constitutional scholar, and he was at the right place at the right time to help Darrellyn to bring the Democratic Party, the state party, into the 20th century. Judge Overstreet went back to Amarillo and did the same thing. He was organizing people, and Amarillo became one of the small towns that had a high percentage of voter turnout. And later, Judge Morris Overstreet became elected to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, and that was one of the best things that could have happened to us because we'd never held a position like that before. So we're here to honor the memories of these two wonderful people, but also the legacy that they left for us here.
To say goodbye to yesterday.
Welcome to El Paso, a city of community, hard work, and perseverance.
A town that represents the beating drum of Texas.
And as Texans, we never back down.
We stand tall.
We fight for what's right. And we unite. All of us.
Because together, we will build the Texas our children deserve.
Not a Texas where democracy is under attack, extremism persists, and freedoms disappear.
But a Texas where everyone can pursue their dreams, access affordable health care, make their own health care decisions,
receive a quality public education in a school free of gun violence, work in safe, fair conditions,
and be themselves.
Have a voice, and not be afraid to use that voice.
This is the Texas we are fighting for.
A Texas that belongs to all of us.
Thank you for being a part of this fight.
Now let's get to work.
Hello, delegates and guests. Please give a warm welcome to your Texas Democratic Party Chairman, Gilberto Hinojosa, and
Welcome, Texas Democrats, to El Paso, Texas, and the 2024 Texas Democratic Convention. I am Texas Democratic Party Chair and Permanent Convention Chair Gilberto Hinojosa, and this is Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair Chair Wyrick-Cathey. Where is she? Chair. On behalf of Democrats across our state, I now call our convention to order. So I need instructions here, folks.
A lot of moving pieces.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back.
We'll be back.
Please rise and remain standing for the presentation of the colors by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office Color Guard, followed by our national anthem and the pledges of allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome El Paso City Representative Art Fierro to lead us in the pledges of allegiance.
Good afternoon, welcome. What a great day to be a Democrat. Welcome to the beautiful Sun City of El Paso. My name is Art Fierro. Please help me say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now help me with the state of Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, and enjoy the convention.
Please remain standing if you're able for the invocation, led by Monsignor Arturo Bañuelos.
Bendito y alabado sea Dios siempre. Let us pray. How long, O Lord, must we wait for your justice to arrive at our border? How long, O Lord? How long must we wait before the poor have enough to feed their families, a decent job to shelter their loved ones, health care to survive the economic inequalities that rob them of opportunities to live better? How long, O Lord, how long? How long must we endure the denial of immigration reform so that immigrants escaping violence, death threats, hunger, and poverty are welcomed as family in our land? How long? How long, O Lord, before wars end and violence stops? How long, O Lord, must all people of color wait to be treated with human dignity and respect and not as second-class citizens so that the beauty of each person can enrich the good of all? How long, O Lord? How long, O Lord, must we wait to end the addictive obsessions we have for guns so that we can stop killing innocent people? How long, O Lord, must we wait to see our sacred earth reverenced, blessed, and healed of all pollution and neglect? How long, O Lord? How long must we wait to erase from our society the ugly scars of racism, xenophobia, and hate in our country? How long, O Lord? Before we see an end to the deaths of innocent children in our detention centers and people dying in our border river? How long? How long, O Lord, before we get a government that stands for human rights, human dignity, and prioritizes care for the suffering poor? How long, O Lord? How long, O Lord, must we wait for the contribution and gifts of all women to be respected and honored? How long, O Lord, before we can bring down costly, hostile, and useless border fences that divide us and instead build just a friendship in all of the Americas? How long, O Lord, must we wait for the poor to have their rightful place at the table of justice? How long, O Lord? The Lord says, not long, not long. Not long when we resist the status quo of injustice and work to change it so that we build a better humanity that serves the benefits of all, beginning with the poorest among us. Not long. Not long when we step up to violence with peace, when we face our demons with our better angels, when we carry love in our hearts, even for our enemies. Not long. Not long, says the Lord, when we live in solidarity with all who daily struggle to survive, so that we can become one caring people in our struggle for human rights. Not long, not long. Not long when we welcome the stranger as brother and sister and embrace all people, black, brown, white, First Nation, Indigenous American, Protestant, Catholic, Buddhist, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, from all cultures, all creeds, and all ethnicities as brother and sister, equal in dignity and beauty, when we accept that we are all one, all part of each other. Not long. Not long when we engage in a nonviolent struggle for human rights for the incarcerated, the dreamers, asylum seekers, eco-refugees, the homeless, the farm workers, the housekeepers, the LGBT plus communities, the union workers, those left behind treated as disposable people. Not long. Not long, says the Lord, when we turn our indifference into a passionate commitment to love deeper and transform that love into political action on behalf of those who daily struggle to survive. Not long, not long. Lord, we get impatient, tired of fighting, angry, and we lose our way. Inspire us today at this conference with your powerful healing grace, your spirit of hope, and your vision of justice. For your justice cleanses our hearts of racism. Your love dissolves hate. Your peace brings us together as one. Your mercy heals our divisions, and your presence with us overcomes our fears. Instill in our hearts a fearless, passionate desire to transform the injustices that cause the poor and the immigrants to suffer. Make us people of great hope, to restore our communities to be the best that they can become, so that everything we do is a sign of your blessings for all of us. We thank you, Lord. Te damos gracias. We thank you, Lord, for being with us in our struggles for peace and justice, and in our solidarity for hope, and today in our renewed commitment to build a more just and more beautiful humanity. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Delegates and guests, please welcome your Texas Democratic Party Vice Chairwoman, Chair Wyrick-Cathey.
The Texas Democratic Party wants to express our deep gratitude to the Isleta del Sur Pueblo people and their traditional lands. The party holds the Tigua, who are represented tonight by Mr. Rafael Gomez and Dr. Ana Perez, of the past, present, and future in high esteem. We understand and respect the cultural, spiritual, and historical significance of Isleta del Sur Pueblo and are profoundly thankful for the Tigua's invaluable contributions to El Paso and Texas. We are committed to not just acknowledging, but actively strengthening our relationship, advocating for Tigua's right to self-governance and supporting their endeavors to advance their nation. We acknowledge the struggles of colonization and the ongoing efforts for your sovereign rights, cultural preservation, and economic advancement. Texas Democrats are reminded that land acknowledgement is a small but essential part of building our connection with indigenous peoples. We are grateful to gather in your ancestral lands and dedicated to working with the Isleta del Sur Pueblo through these efforts. Thank you.
Please welcome El Paso County Judge Ricardo Samaniego.
Thank you. What a privilege it is to be in so many great people from Texas. As you know, we are the Veterans Capital of the United States of America, where every single day is Veterans Day here in El Paso. So for you veterans, just you know, it's so important for El Paso. I think the best thing that we could do is we don't want you to think who we are, but find out who we are. And of course, this is a tremendously generous community. Over 800,000 migrants have gone through our community, our tremendous relationship we have with NGOs. So we're very, very privileged. You know, we're at the crossroads, and of course, all of you know from what you've been talking about that the best thing that we could do is go to the grassroots and get those individuals that have a difficult time or don't have access to be able to vote or haven't been encouraged to vote, that they become part of what we're going to do. Right now, we're at the crossroads, as you all know, of something very important. I just ask for, you know, to feel that level of accountability, that whatever you do, there's people waiting for people like ourselves to do the right things for them. There's people that count on us every single day, every single vote, everything that we do to make sure that we make their lives better. And as we've always said, no one in Texas should live different because they happen to live somewhere else. So let's create that accessibility. Let's fight for what we need to do. And one more thing, I want you to sort of open the lens. I feel that if you put politics aside for a while, as when I did the testimonial, I said if we were looking at it without the political view, then we would be able to do so much more. So open those lenses. There's mental health crisis right now. We're coming out of a pandemic where health and mental health is such an issue. And so I know and I trust that each and every one of you will feel that commitment to our constituents. One more thing, you know, we cannot continue to allow a governor to dictate, especially for the local communities, to dictate what's best for them and to go against our democratic values. We know our values, so does he just put them aside. So we know that we're much better off to be able to go out there and let's be committed. One of the things that I'm challenged with a lot, that he cares a lot about Texas in his own way, but we care not only about Texas, but the entire United States of America. So what we do here is going to make a sense to the rest of the country. I can guarantee you we are going to be the stronghold of the Democratic Party as to what a community should do, and Texas is positioned perfectly to do just that. So I leave you with that. I welcome you to our town. We always say to know us is to love us. Go out, find out who we are, go to the rest of the country, and make sure you become our ambassadors, because we are tired of the narratives and the false narratives that we have to deal with. Once again, bienvenidos. Gracias por estar aquí. Dios los bendiga a todos.
Hey Texas Democrats, I'm Ryan Garcia, your friendly neighborhood political director. Last year, we launched Lonestar Rising, the Texas Democratic Party's official recruitment, training, and resource program for candidates and county chairs. We spearheaded this program based on the fundamental acknowledgement that we needed to raise the bar for Democratic ballot strength and support robust county party development across our state. That's why I'm so proud to report that under Lonestar Rising, and with the support of many Democrats in this very room, we ended 2023 with one of the most successful recruitment efforts Texas Democrats have seen in years. In 2024, Democrats are contesting every statewide race, every state board of education and state senate seat up this year, and a whopping 84% of the seats in the Texas House. Plus, we recruited dozens of county chairs in rural parts of the state that have historically been undersupported by national Democrats. Lonestar Rising has shown that when we work together, there is nothing our broad and diverse coalition can't accomplish. But recruitment is just one piece of the puzzle. Now, we're rolling out training programs with partners across Texas to make sure our recruits have the tools they need to be successful. Recognizing that success isn't just measured by victory on election night this November, but by the continued work of building a strong foundation for generations to come. We have sent a strong statement walking into this election cycle that Texas Democrats will not allow Republicans to maintain power in our state by forfeit. We're gonna make them fight for every inch. Fired up yet? Join us and do your part to make sure Texas Democrats continue rising and shining. Learn more at LoneStarRising.com.
Please give a warm welcome to your Texas Democratic Party Chairman, Gilberto Hinojosa.
Again, good evening, delegates. As chair of the Texas Democratic Party, it is my high honor and privilege to welcome you to El Paso, a beautiful, bustling metropolis, a warm and welcoming, tight-knit community that truly represents what makes Texas a special place. It's been over 2 decades since our convention has been held in El Paso. So much has changed in our world since then. While we remember the good times from back then, we must remember why we traveled here today: to improve the lives of 30 million of your fellow Texans. We're here because we are Texas Democrats. And as Texas Democrats, we convene every 2 years to reaffirm our solemn commitment to our values and to each other. We believe that opportunity should be a promise, not a luxury. We believe in fairness, truth, and justice. We believe in investing in future generations, protecting individual liberties, and keeping our community safe. We believe that our government should be built of the people and for the people, by the people, and not for those that think that they can buy our lawmakers or elections. We are here today because Texas is the epicenter of our national political discourse for all the wrong reasons. From adopting extreme platform planks to racist redistricting maps to tipping the scales of justice in their favor and using government to line their pockets. Texans can't afford the rule of radical Republicans any longer. Republican policies are leaving Texans behind, and their vitriol, their attacks on our state's most vulnerable, are tearing our state apart. They have controlled our state for a long time, and instead of creating laws that create good paying jobs, increasing school funding, and providing health care access to Texans in need, they have endangered the lives of women by banning abortion. They've shut down hospitals across rural Texas, and they have allowed unfettered access to weapons of war which have taken the lives of too many innocent people. Just days after 19 perfect children and 2 selfless teachers were murdered in Uvalde, Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz, turned his back on the families of the victims, and if you can believe this, went and spoke at the NRA convention being held in Houston, Texas. They say thoughts and prayers one day, and the next day they praise the industry that profits from the deaths of innocent children. Republican hate. Their party platform is teeming with it, and their talking points have repeated and cited by mass murderers. In this beautiful city, in 2019, 23 innocent people were killed by a white supremacist that was inspired by the Texas highest ranking elected officials. This is the Republican Party of Texas. And if we truly care about the people of Texas, like we say we do, now is the time for all of us to prove it. The future of our planet is on the line. And as we said all the time, democracy, American democracy, is on the line. The safety of our children is on the line. We must dig deep, roll up our sleeves, and put everything we've got into the 2024 election. Being here today, this weekend, is the first step. This weekend, let's work together and prepare for the sprint ahead of us. Victory is on the horizon. Together, we can send Colin Allred to the United States Senate. And we can send Michelle Vallejo to Congress. And we can re-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Fellow Democrats, thank you so much for being here.
Delegates and guests, please welcome your Texas Democratic Party Vice Chairwoman, Chair Wyrick-Cathey.
Good evening, Texas Democrats. I'm thrilled to see all of you. I'm so proud to serve as the Vice Chair for the Texas Democratic Party. As a former party staffer, and with now almost 20 years of service and leadership to the Texas Democratic Party, I love state conventions. I remember the convention just 2 years ago in Dallas, in the heart of CD30. I see you, CD30. When my husband and my sons joined me on stage after you all elected me as your vice chair. And I remember attending state conventions with my mother, Ruth Wyrick, a Dallas County precinct chair for more than 50 years and a member of the SDC. Thank you. Mom was a dedicated leader, and she believed fervently in the parallels of faith and service. She set a shining example for what I strive to show my own sons, Noah, Caleb, and Luke, every day, that our faith, our compassion, and our shared values require us to step up and serve a righteous cause greater than ourselves. I'm also the daughter of United States Army Staff Sergeant Ernest Wyrick and a UAW union worker who taught me that people deserve a decent wage for an honest day's work and that freedom isn't free. My parents taught my brother and me that we must do all we can to make sure we leave the world a better place than we found it. I'm the wife of an educator, Victor, who reminds me daily that he's in the business of kids and not adults, and that education is about training children and not teaching to a test. I'm the mother of 3 Black teenage sons with whom I've had to already give the talk about driving while Black, and that inequity and bias still exist in 2024. I'm the cousin of a woman with intellectual disabilities who lives in a state where mental health is severely underfunded, forcing families to make tough choices about the integrity of care of their loved ones. And while none of these things make me uniquely qualified to be your vice chair, these are parts of my story. And these are reasons why I'm fighting for a better Texas and why I choose to fight as a Texas Democrat. Texas Democrats care about your unique story, and they are fighting every day to ensure you are able to fulfill the promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Part of our story includes legends that we have lost this year: Eddie Bernice Johnson, Darylyn Riles Davis, Clara Caldwell, and Morris Overstreet. Part of the story includes people who are fighting against all odds in Austin every day, like Royce West, Symphonia Thompson, and my childhood friend Tony Rose. And part of that story includes the energy that future legislators like Aisha Davis and Lauren Ashley Simmons will bring to Austin. And part of that story includes the resilience and trailblazing spirit of Sheila Jackson Lee. We love you, Congresswoman, and we are with you. Y'all, this is a really, really special year. It's an important year. We have courageous and dedicated Democratic nominees running in every corner of Texas for offices at the city, county, state, and federal levels to help us with the next chapter of our story. We have a transformational leader in the nominee for U.S. Senate in Colin Allred. And we have new Democrats, first-time convention attendees, many of you who are here joining our rank and file every day, like Miss Phyllis, who I flew with from Dallas to El Paso, attending her first convention at the age of 69. They know it's time to rewrite the story of Texas. Texas is in play in 2024, but it's up to all of us to fully dedicate ourselves to winning. We can't win Texas without you. Congressman Allred cannot win without you. So I hope you will join me in rewriting the story of Texas 2024. Thank you.
Become a trailblazer. The support of our grassroots community is vital in our mission to recruit, train, and elect Texas Democrats. Launched in January, the Texas Trailblazers program is a new initiative to uplift the power of our grassroots by becoming a sustaining donor to the state party. Becoming a Texas Trailblazer is easy. All it takes is setting up a monthly donation for any amount. As a Trailblazer, you will join a special group of supporters committed to electing Democrats up and down the ballot, all across the Lone Star State. You'll also enjoy some key benefits of being a Texas Trailblazer, including Enjoy complimentary admission to the annual Texas Trailblazers Block Party and early bird reduced price for signature events. Gain exclusive access to our sustaining member store with a 10% discount on Texas Democratic Party merchandise. Recognition at our Texas Democratic Convention with a Texas Trailblazer member button, which you can pick up at the party's merch table in the exhibit hall. We have already recruited 150 new members since launching this program. Will you help us reach 200 new members today? Your dedication as a Trailblazer will play a critical role in expanding our research and fortifying our mission to elect Democrats throughout Texas in 2024 and beyond. Learn more at txdem.co/trailblazers.
Please give a warm welcome to your Texas Democratic Party Chairman, Gilberto Hinojosa.
I would like to now recognize a man who formerly was on the staff of our great Governor Ann Richards, and now is the chair of the newest Democratic county in the state of Texas, Hays County. And for us tonight is the chair of the Permanent Credentials Committee for the first credentials report of the committee. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Permanent Credentials Committee met at the appointed time and place and prepared a proposed official roll of the convention. The delegate count on the proposed roll stands at 1,659. The full delegate list is available on the Texas Democratic Party Convention website at txdem.co/24-public-delegates. On behalf of the committee, Mr. Chairman, I move that the roll of delegates hereby submitted be the permanent roll of the voting members of this convention.
Thank you. The question is on adopting the roll submitted by the Credentials Committee as a permanent roll of the convention. Is there any objection? There being none, we adopt the report. Thank you for your hard work, Chairman. And thank you, the members of the committee, for what they've done in delivering the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegates and guests, please welcome your Texas Democratic Party Vice Chairwoman, Chair Wyrick-Cathey.
The next item of business is the SDC report, which I will present on behalf of the SDC. The SDC adopted a recommended standing rules for the convention on February 15th, 2024, and amended them yesterday at its meeting at the appointed time. The recommended convention standing rules can be found at txdem.co/call-to-convention. On behalf of the SDC, I move adoption of the convention standing rules. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the standing rules are adopted. At its meeting yesterday, At its meeting yesterday, at the appointed time, the SDC nominated the following officers to be permanent officers of the convention: Chair Wyrick-Cathey, Vice Chair; Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, Co-Chair; State Senator Cesar Blanco, Co-Chair; Dina Tollerton, Parliamentarian; George Nasser, PRP, Parliamentarian; Dina also PRP, Parliamentarian; Alex Mead, RP, Assistant Parliamentarian; Andre Triber, NAPE, Member, Assistant Parliamentarian; Laura Odom, NAP member, assistant parliamentarian. Monique Alcala, executive director. Burke Wilkinson, deputy executive director. Emma Pickering, convention director and sergeant at arms. Marco Arancia, party business advisor. Ryan Garcia, political director. Bridget Bowen, communications director. Brenda Cruz, county services director. Drew Corbett, digital director. Samuel Gastomaski, data director. Jenna Royal, voter protection director. Zach Webb, operations director. Kiara Holloway, staff assistant. Desiree Lucky, staff assistant. Ethan Lipka, staff assistant. Brianna Carpenter, staff assistant. Travis Larson, staff assistant. Joanna Contreras, staff assistant. Corrine Richardson, staff assistant. Ari Kello, staff assistant. Mara Masterson, staff assistant. Cameron Niven, staff assistant. On behalf of the SDC, I move that the individuals just named be elected as permanent officers of the convention. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the officers are elected. That concludes the SDC report. Congratulations.
Please welcome your 2024 Texas Democratic Convention co-chair, Senator Cesar Blanco.
All right. Good evening, Democrats. Welcome to El Paso. Welcome to the 2024 Texas Democratic Convention. Little ánimo, ánimo. It's so great to see everyone, and I can't believe that we're here in my beautiful hometown of El Paso, on the very cusp of a historic shift in our state's politics, with Texas closer than ever to turning blue. Now, Texas is poised to be at the epicenter of the 2024 general election, and us Democrats, we're keenly aware of what's at stake. In fact, the stakes have never been higher. Now more than ever, we need bold, authentic, and compassionate leaders. And that's why we're here this weekend. We're here to chart a course for a brighter future for all Texans, one where every voice is heard, and where the opportunities to thrive are endless. Now, just look around this room. You are the leaders. You are the activists. You are the change makers. You are the heart and the soul of Texas and our Democratic Party. And together, we have the power to transform our state and our nation. We have the power to ensure that every child in Texas receives a quality education, that every family has access to affordable health care, that every woman has the reproductive freedom that she deserves, that the right to vote remains protected in the hands of the people, that justice and equality are not just ideals, but are realities, and that our communities are safe from gun violence. We have the power to reject divisive culture wars and mobilize voters on issues Texas families truly care about. But most of all, we have the power to defeat Donald Trump and Ted Cruz this November. Now, for too long, we have been under the failed leadership of Ted Cruz, who is more interested in being a right-wing media personality than serving as our senator. We need to elect a new senator. One that's going to do the job that they're elected to do. We need a leader like Colin Allred. And we've got to make sure that Trump never sees the inside of the Oval Office ever again. Now, in El Paso, we know the importance of standing together in the face of adversity. We have faced our challenges, but we have never wavered in our belief that together we're stronger. We are El Paso strong. But from this point forward, we stand together as Texas strong. So let's get fired up. As November 5th approaches, we are ready to engage, we are ready to advocate, and we are ready to demonstrate to voters that only Democrats offer real solutions to Texas challenges. Let's take that energy in this room today. Let's take the passion that we have, and we're going to ignite this weekend, and we're going to turn it into action. We're going to knock on doors. We're going to make phone calls. We're going to talk to our neighbors. We're going to register new voters, and we're going to engage this new generation and bring everyone to the table. Let's show Texas and the world what it really means to be a Texas Democrat. And let's elect leaders across Texas who will get things done in Austin and in DC. Now, whenever you all leave this weekend and you head back home, I ask you to carry the spirit of El Paso with you, the spirit of resilience, the spirit of unity, the spirit of hope that will help us turn Texas blue. We know that the real power lies not in the hands of a few, but in the hands of the many, in the hands of each and every single one of you. Together, we can claim this moment. Together, we can create a stronger Texas for Texans, and together we can win. Thank you very much, El Paso, and thank you very much, Texas Democrats. Let's get to work. Adelante.
Please welcome your 2024 Texas Democratic Convention co-chair, Congresswoman Veronica Escobar.
Buenas noches, demócratas! Hey, Democrats! It is so fantastic to be in a room full of Democrats. Welcome to El Paso. I gotta ask, is this the first state convention for anybody? Oh my gosh, that's awesome! Welcome, welcome, welcome. And is this the first visit to El Paso for anyone? Oh my God, welcome. Welcome to this incredible community, this community of goodwill, this community that is welcoming, and this community with a hot West Texas sun. I know it's been really hot this weekend. Thank you so much for being here. I am so proud to be a co-chair of this convention. So proud also to be a national co-chair for the Biden-Harris re-election campaign. But I am even more proud to be in a room full of warriors, all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for fighting the good fight and for being here to get fired up and ready to go to battle. Because my friends, we've got a battle ahead of us. Let me tell you, we all know things are tough, but we really have to take a long, hard look at what's ahead and the dark vision that Republicans have in store for us. And we know in Texas what that means because we are living through part of that dark vision. Republicans are seeking to strip away our freedoms, and they have a dark future in store for us. We've seen in Texas what happens when women are stripped of their reproductive freedom, and women all over Texas have been suffering as a result. We have heard story after story of women who are fighting for their lives because they are denied access to reproductive health care. We know that Republicans want to do more than just ban abortion. They want to ban contraceptive care. They want to ban access to IVF. They also want to strip us of our freedom to the ballot box. They are doing everything they can to block our access to that ballot box because they want to make sure that they keep winning elections and that they shut us out. They want to prevent us from having the freedom of marrying whoever we love. We cannot let them continue taking us down this dark path. We can't. We also know, and we have seen what their future is for our kids. We have seen them try to dismantle and defund public education. And they're trying to enact their voucher scheme, but we won't let them. We won't let them. And we have seen the way that they have targeted communities like this one, like El Paso, the way that they have targeted vulnerable migrants and immigrants. We have been subjected in our community here in El Paso to egregious civil rights and human rights violations by Governor Greg Abbott and the demonization of vulnerable migrants who are seeking a better life. We won't let them continue to do that. And let me tell you, all of that hangs in the balance in November. All of that hangs in the balance. But it's not just that they have terrible policies and horrific intent for all of us. It's not just that we have to stop Republicans, but we've got to be proud of what Democrats stand for and what Democrats do when we are elected to office. I am so proud of the investments that the Biden-Harris administration have made all over Texas in infrastructure, innovation, fighting the climate crisis. Those are real investments that are helping uplift communities, helping create jobs, and the Biden-Harris administration stands firmly, as all of us do, with our unions. We know we are stronger with our unions that build up our middle class, raise wages, and help provide great benefits for all workers. So all of that is in the balance in November. And I'll tell you what else we're working on in Congress. Congressional Democrats know we're not going to just stop at fighting for our freedoms and preserving our democracy, but we want more investment in our families. We are fighting for universal pre-K. We are fighting for paid family and medical leave. We are fighting for the expanded child tax credit that puts money in your pocket, and we're fighting for access to high-quality, affordable child care, because that's what a pro-family party does, and that's who we are. That's who we are. So, my friends, the contrast could not be more stark. And the decision and the choice could not be more clear. And I know all of us agree with that. But there's a lot of voters out there who don't feel the sense of urgency that we feel. And we've got to talk to every single one of them. We've got to knock on those doors. We've got to pick up the phone. We've got to call them. We've got to talk to our family, to our friends, to our neighbors, to our coworkers. We need to make sure that we don't wake up with the same level of dread and horror that we woke up with the day after Donald Trump was elected. We cannot go back. We cannot go back. We cannot let that happen. So let me tell you, not only do we have to fight for every vote, but we have to convince members of our own party not to skip certain races. Every Democrat up and down the ballot needs and deserves our votes. Every single Democrat. We gotta keep Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House. We've gotta flip the House of Representatives. We've gotta keep the Senate. We've gotta flip Texas. This is the biggest battleground state in the country, and we gotta fight for every single vote. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We are gonna fight for every Texan, and I am so proud to be on this journey for Texas and for America right alongside each and every one of you. Hasta la victoria, November, here we come.
Laws banning abortion are taking effect in several states, just hours after the court overturned the landmark Roe versus Wade decision.
Governor Abbott signed into law this morning Senate Bill 8.
A Texas federal judge has ruled to suspend FDA approval of an abortion pill that's been used for more than 2 decades.
State Supreme Court last night ruled against the pregnant woman who had sought an emergency medical exception to the state's abortion ban.
Texas made a perfectly reasonable decision to protect life.
There's no outcome here, that results in us taking home a healthy baby girl.
The Alabama Supreme Court ruled last week that embryos are children.
Starting at the moment of fertilization, this category would include what happens in IVF.
Please welcome to the stage Representative Donna Howard and Representative Tony Rose.
Hello, I am Tony Rose, and I proudly represent Texas House District 110 in Dallas County.
Hi, everyone. My name is Donna Howard, and I am proud to represent Texas House District 48 in Austin. We are thrilled to be here with you, and thank you all for being here. As Texas Democrats, and especially as women, we know there is a MAGA elephant in our womb that is denying us the freedom to access the healthcare services we need to thrive. There are too many people in our state who lack access to contraceptives, affordable reproductive care, and products that are necessary to take care of themselves and their families. Texas can and must do better. As chair of the Women's Health Caucus, I am proud of the work that our members did last session to improve access to necessary women's health care goods and services. Representative Ordaz's legislation will allow Texans to obtain a 12-month supply of contraception. Representative Ortega's bill allows healthcare providers to seek reimbursement for community health worker services. And Representative Ann Johnson's critical legislation clarifies that women can access abortion care in the event of an ectopic pregnancy or pre-viable premature rupture of membranes. I am also proud to have finally passed legislation that exempts menstrual products, baby bottles and supplies, diapers, maternity clothes, and more from sales taxes. And further, with the help of my friend Representative Rose, we secured millions of dollars in the budget to improve access to healthcare services, including women's health services. As a result of our efforts, women's health providers will now be able to expand their service areas through the use of women's health mobile units.
In addition to my work on appropriations, I am honored to have passed legislation that extends postpartum Medicaid coverage from 60 days to a full year. This bill was many years in the making and was the top recommendation of the Texas Maternal Mortality and Morbidity Review Committee. According to the committee, 1/3 of maternal deaths occur within the first year after pregnancy. Black women in Texas are twice as likely as white women and 4 times as likely as Latinas to die from pregnancy-related causes. Furthermore, Black women in Texas are twice as likely as white women to experience severe pregnancy-related complications due to hemorrhage, preeclampsia, and sepsis. The best way to address the higher rate of maternal mortality among Black women and prevent maternal deaths is to ensure every pregnant Texan has access to affordable health care services during pregnancy and the months after giving birth. This is why I fought to pass House Bill 12. All Texas moms, no matter their race, income, or zip code, deserve to experience a healthy pregnancy at birth. Yes, and we know that when they do, the entire community benefits. We all thrive when moms are taken care of. House Bill 12 will ensure that mothers have their medications and have access to comprehensive health care services for challenges that come up during the postpartum period. This will save the lives of Texas moms.
Save the lives of Texas moms. These are all great achievements, but we all know there is still much more work to be done. Texas leads the nation in the number of repeat teen births. We rank next to last in access to women's health services and live under one of the cruelest abortion bans in the country.
This is why everyone here must commit to turning Texas blue this November. I challenge each of you to do everything you can to support pro-abortion, pro-women health candidates across the state. If you don't have money to donate, you can volunteer, you can block walk, you can phone bank for candidates. We need all the help we can get. We are Texas Democrats, and we will continue fighting for the health and safety of all Texans.
Make no mistake, our freedoms are under attack by extremist Republicans. We will never stop fighting to ensure that every Texan, every Texas woman has the ability to determine their own destiny and to make their own decisions about if and when to have a family. And then we'll support those families so that they can actually thrive. We Democrats, we are the party of life, and we will never give up on Texas families. Thank you.
Please welcome the chair of the Senate Democratic Caucus, Senator Carol Alvarado.
Good evening, fellow Democrats. Texas is ground zero in an unprecedented invasion of our privacy and our bodies. Kate Cox, Lauren Miller, Amanda Zurawski, women who almost lost their lives because of Texas's extreme laws. They are warriors on the front lines of our fight for reproductive freedom. For decades, anti-abortion zealots steadily chipped away at our rights to create the dangerous environment we're in now, including mandating a 24-hour waiting period and intrusive sonograms. Then came Senate Bill 8, the heartless Heartbeat Act. And finally, the real doozy, Dobbs, leaving millions of Texans of reproductive age without access to essential health care, even in the case of rape or incest. Republicans emphasize individual freedom and liberties free from government interference, with one glaring exception: women. With calls for a national abortion ban, travel bans, the jailing of doctors and patients, even the death penalty. Trump and MAGA Republicans aren't done. Oh no, Republicans are going after IVF, emergency contraception, and even birth control. The litany of setbacks of our reproductive rights have all come because of losses at the ballot box. It's going to come down to the power of voting, as we've seen in Kansas, Kentucky, Ohio, and Wisconsin. In Texas, everyone in this room can make a difference in the U.S. Senate race. Defeating Ted Cruz. Oh, I just love the sound of that. Defeating Ted Cruz would send a powerful message across the nation that when it comes to reproductive rights, Texans are mad as hell. We're not going to take it anymore. To defeat Ted Cruz, I could say that over and over, we must redouble our efforts to get women in suburban communities to vote for Democrats. We need to intensify our outreach to young voters who don't want government dictating their health care options. Couples who are struggling to start a family and using IVF need to be brought into the conversation. Reproductive health care impacts every community across Texas: rural, urban, rich, poor, progressive, moderates, and conservatives. Regardless of where you live, blue or red county, everyone can make an impact if we aggressively take our message on reproductive rights across Texas. Trump once said that he could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue, shoot somebody, and wouldn't lose any votes. Well, last week, Trump lost 12 jurors in a Manhattan courtroom. And Ted Cruz called it a travesty of justice. Por favor. It is time to do our job and put Ted Cruz on a one-way trip to Cancun. Adios. Send a powerful political message across this country that we're mad as hell, we're not going to take it. If you agree with that, stand up, get on your feet. We're not going to take it. Thank you. God bless you.
Please welcome to the stage Senator Wendy Davis.
Hello, fellow Democrats. It is always a joy to be with you. You are some of the most incredible fighters that I've ever met, and you never give up. I guess that you and I are alike in that way. I have stood on this convention stage as a city council person from Fort Worth, as a state senator, as your nominee for governor in 2014, your nominee for Congressional District 21 in 2020, and now I proudly stand before you as senior advisor with Planned Parenthood Texas Votes. I have been reflecting back on those prior convention moments as I thought about what I wanted to say to each of you tonight. Was I hopeful then? Mad? Scared? Weary? Determined? Frustrated? Resolute? Optimistic? Idealistic? Cynical? Inspired? Honestly, like probably each of you have been, I've been a little bit of all of those over the last decade and more. When I joined the Texas Senate in 2008, Barack Obama had just been elected the nation's first Black president. We were one seat away, one seat from flipping the Texas House. And everything seemed so possible. There was a certain kind of energy that was required of us in that moment, the kind that pushes the boundaries of all that we hoped we could accomplish, the kind that is fueled by, yes, we can. But today things are different. But I don't stand in front of you with any less hope or any less resolve than I had all those years ago. Today, we are living the reality of 3 decades of Republican redistricting and the triumvirate of hate that Paxton, Patrick, and Abbott, setting policies along with their gerrymandered buddies in the House and Senate, and a handful of folks who are dictating something that reflects the vast minority of who we are. The vast minority of people in our state, because of gerrymandering, who are dictating what happens to the rest of us. And so today, everything seems so urgent. And there's a certain kind of energy required of us now. The kind that determines to fight with everything that we've got for the millions of Texans who need and deserve a voice in what their futures will look like. As you know, I happen to think that an important part of that future includes the freedom to make decisions about our own bodies. The freedom to realize and embrace our sexuality and our identities. The freedom to decide when and whether we will have children. The freedom to access abortion care when we've been raped. When we're facing down the devastating news of a fatal fetal anomaly, as I once was, in a much-wanted pregnancy. The freedom to receive the health care that we deserve when our own lives are on the line. The freedom to decide what to do with our bodies when we just aren't ready to be a parent, and maybe we don't ever want to be. Those freedoms are non-existent, as you know, in Texas today, my friends. And it's gotten pretty damn scary out there as a result. I want to throw some stats at you, and I want you to please share these with people that you know when you go home from here. Did you know that Texas' cruel abortion ban has no exception for rape and incest? And did you know that Texas saw an estimated 26,313 rape-related pregnancies during the 16 months after the state outlawed abortion? And did you know the Texas abortion ban has no exception for fatal fetal anomaly. You, I know, are familiar with the story of the brave Kate Cox, who very much wanted a pregnancy, one that resulted in an unsustainable fetal anomaly that threatened her life and her future fertility. And she was refused the care that she needed, life-saving care, even after appealing to the Texas Supreme Court to allow her to receive it. Texas abortion ban purports to have an exception in emergency situations to save the life of a pregnant person, but it isn't worth the legislative paper that it's written on. We don't have an exception. Just ask Amanda Zurawski, who you're going to hear from next. Texas teen birth rate has risen for the first time in 15 years as a consequence of this ban. And Hispanic women and teens have delivered 84% of all additional births in Texas from 21 to 22, the year a 6-week abortion ban took effect before Dobbs. And as bad as it is, believe it or not, it can absolutely get worse. I mean, have you seen the Republican platform? Murder charges for pregnant people who are seeking care, a criminal ban on trafficking embryos across state lines, charges against employers who help their employees get care out of state, state possession of and forced adoption of embryos conceived as part of IVF. It is Looney Tunes, my friends. And if we think it isn't our new reality, it is, unless we rise up and fight back. And that's why we're all here, to be in community with each other, to shore each other up for the long fight ahead, and to resolve that we will not stop fighting until every last person in this state and across this country has regained the freedoms that they so richly deserve. That we will resolve that we are not going to stop until we have re-elected Joe Biden, until we have elected Colin Allred, until we have fought for every Democrat up and down the ballot. Now, I want to close with one of my favorite sayings, and it shores me up when I'm feeling low. How many of you out here are San Antonio Spurs fans? Well, I happen to think that Greg Popovich is just about one of the greatest human beings on earth. And you may know that in the locker room, they've got a saying, a placard up that says, "Pound the rock." And that stems from a philosopher, Jacob Riis, who said, when I'm feeling low, I go and I watch a stonecutter at work. And I know as I watch him strike blow after blow after blow, that it isn't the final blow that cracks that rock. It's every little blow that came before. The thousands and thousands in the weeks and months before the stone finally splits. And that's what we are doing, my friends. We are pounding that rock every time we vote, every time we volunteer to turn voters out for candidates that we support, every dollar that we donate, every bit of effort, energy, and resolve that we bring to the table, we are pounding that rock. And ultimately, it will split, and we will regain this state, and it will be because of all of you and every blow that you have struck along the way. God bless you all. Thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you. Thank you.
Please join us in celebrating State Senator Carol Alvarado and former State Senator Wendy Davis for their historic filibusters in defense of reproductive rights. Please welcome USA Today 2024 Woman of the Year, Amanda Zurawski. Please give a warm Texas welcome to DNC Vice Chair and Governor of the State of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer.
Hello, Texas Democrats. My name is Amanda Zurawski, and I live in Austin with my husband Josh and our 2 dogs. Texas has been our home for over a decade. Recently, I've become an activist for reproductive freedom as a result of the injustice I suffered simply for trying to live my life under an extreme abortion ban in our state. I'm here today because I have dedicated my life to ensuring we as Texans elect Democrats who will fight to protect our rights and restore those we have already lost due to extreme Republicans. In the spring of 2022, after 18 months of grueling fertility treatment, Josh and I learned I was pregnant with our first baby, a girl. We were over the moon. But then suddenly, at 18 weeks, I suffered catastrophic complications. My cervix dilated prematurely, and because my membranes had ruptured, there was no way to safely reverse course. We were with 100% certainty going to lose our baby girl. We were devastated. What I needed at that point was an abortion, so I could safely and with dignity deliver my daughter and begin the healing process, both physically and emotionally. But unfortunately, this was post-Roe, Texas. The near total abortion ban had gone into effect just 2 days after my water broke. Ending the pregnancy would have been an illegal abortion, and my doctor would be at risk of loss of her license and even jail time. So I was told to wait until I got so sick that my life was considered in danger, one of the rare exceptions where a doctor can actually intervene. It took 3 days and a near-death crash into septic shock before my doctor could finally provide the health care I desperately needed. After stabilizing my vitals enough to deliver our baby, Willow, I crashed again with another bout of sepsis and was transferred to the ICU. Our family flew in from across the country for fear that I would die. It was in that dark and lonely hospital room where I realized I was actually lucky because I lived. I knew others might not be so lucky. What I went through was nothing short of barbaric, and it did not need to happen. But it did because of Republican lawmakers in our state. As I said last year before Congress, I nearly died on the watch of Ted Cruz, John Cornyn, and MAGA Republicans in Texas. Time and again, Republicans insist that the law is working as intended. The reality is that the chaos unleashed across the country is causing pain, suffering, trauma, and grief. Right-wing extremists have made it impossible to access health care, from abortion care to IVF. And they won't stop there, y'all. They're coming for our basic human rights and our freedoms guaranteed to us as Americans. Just last week, in my lawsuit, Zurawski versus Texas, our state Supreme Court unanimously ruled against me and 19 other women who were denied abortion care despite dangerous pregnancy complications. What's more, in its decision, the court erased us from the opinion and refused to even acknowledge the harm and suffering that was done to us. But we will not be erased. Meanwhile, the Texas GOP has endorsed a platform that gives full personhood to embryos and deems an abortion homicide. This means that under Texas law, my embryos have more rights than I do. For making my own choice for my own body, I could receive the death penalty. My story is not unique in Texas. I am one of many women in our state whose life has been put at risk. Pregnant Texans have been told that we are not dead enough to receive care that we desperately need. We've been turned away from hospitals. We've been found collapsed on bathroom floors after nearly hemorrhaging to death. We've been robbed of our right to grieve our losses. We have been robbed of our freedom, like many others across this country. I'm just one of those women in Texas and across the country who deserve better. And together, we're rising up. I have hope that in this room, in our state, and across our country, people like me are standing up and saying, enough. We have had enough. Republicans have shown us how they feel about women and pregnant people in Texas. It's time to show them how we feel about their job performance. That's why we will elect Democrats up and down the ballot who are fighting for our freedom, not just for our rights as individuals, but for the future of this country and our democracy. Now let's get to work.
Control laws. They don't work, and they make crime worse.
Well, at least 27 people have been killed after a gunman opened fire.
Multiple casualties at a local high school in Santa Fe.
Gunshots ring out in a store full of families shopping for back to school. At least 20 dead and many more injured.
Another Texas community left reeling after a mass shooting.
19 children have been killed in Uvalde, making this the deadliest school shooting in state history.
We have chopper video from the scene appearing to show several bodies under sheets.
Please welcome the president of Leaders We Deserve and March for Our Lives co-founder, David Hogg.
Good evening, Texas. You know, when I was thinking about what to say up here, I couldn't stop thinking about what happened here in El Paso in 2019. But there was one thing in particular that I couldn't stop thinking about. And that was this thing that we hear over and over again after these shootings, where they say, you know, that gunman, it's not about the guns, it's about mental health, right? Let's be clear. Mental health is important. 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides. Those need to be addressed. We need to address the trauma that our young people go through when they're hiding under their desks or diving behind cars to avoid bullets in a drive-by shooting outside of school. That is the mental health we need to be talking about. White supremacy is not a mental health issue. Hatred is not a mental illness. And we need to stop the slander that says that hatred is a mental illness. Racism is not a mental illness. That gunman in El Paso did that because he had the capability and the intention to kill people. He was a white supremacist. Period. No further discussion. Same thing happened after Buffalo, where the gunman was a self-declared white supremacist. Hatred is not a mental illness. And we need to make sure that Republicans are held accountable this November and realize, if you are saying the same things that these mass shooters are saying, that you say that there's a Hispanic invasion at the border, you were part of the problem. And we will vote you out. Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to do that? All right, because we're well on track to doing that here in Texas right now. And you know why I know that? I have been to Texas so far this year over 6 times on the ground. I believe in the future of this state because I know Texas, many people want to write it off. I'm from Florida. I know what that feels like, but guess what? In Florida, we're not writing you guys off. I'm not writing you off. I believe in Texas. I know that this state is done regressing because today it starts progressing. And that's only going to be made possible by each and every one of you. This state just elected Leaders We Deserve endorsed candidate Molly Cook to be the first openly gay state senator ever in Texas. That's progress. And we're doing a lot more work. Avery Bishop needs help in Dallas. So whether it's Dallas, whether it's San Antonio, whether it's in Houston, we have to go and knock the doors because the voters want to hear our message. And when we vote, when we go and knock those doors, every single door you knock counts. Every one. And I know that because there was a young man I met just recently working on Molly's campaign. When I knocked the door, it was supposed to be a 6-year-old woman named Lisa. It was a 20-year-old who had his gaming headphones on and was shirtless. And I explained to him the power of Molly running, what she supports. And you know what he said to me? He said, that sounds great, but what corporations are funding her, right? What I got to say to him, though, was because she was a Leaders We Deserve endorsed candidate, that she doesn't take corporate money. And I got to see his face turn from one of suspicion and distrust to one of inspiration. And Molly won by 74 votes. We are making progress. Those Republicans need us to believe that change is not possible, that bad government is inevitable and nothing can ever get better. We need to stand up against that and say, hell no. We are gonna fight against that because we realize bad government is not a consequence of government itself. It is a consequence of bad Republican leadership. And it's time to get more Democrats elected, and it's time that we flip Texas blue. Are you ready for that? Let's do it. Let's flip Texas blue to make sure that what happened in Uvalde, that what happened in El Paso, that what's happening every single day in this country in the form of shootings is in our history books and not in our headlines. Are you ready to do that? Let's go and do it. Let's go out and vote. Thank you so much.
Operation Lone Star cost Texas taxpayers about $2.5 million per week.
3 migrants have died near Shelby Park in Eagle Pass. DHS says during this deadly incident, Texas officials physically barred Border Patrol agents from entering to respond.
Senate Bill 4 allows Texas officials to arrest, jail, and prosecute those suspected to have entered the country illegally.
It is unsafe, unfortunately, now for people of color to be in border communities.
The only thing that we're not doing is we're not shooting people who come across the border because, of course, the Biden administration would charge us with murder.
I'm incredibly frustrated right now that we have this bill that would provide billions of dollars to secure the border.
I described it as, quote, a steaming pile of crap.
They're blaming it on me. I said, that's okay, please blame it on me, please.
Please welcome to the stage, Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar.
Well, good evening. It's great to be here in El Paso, surrounded by all you loud and proud Texas Democrats. I am the son of Plácido Salazar, former migrant farm worker, Vietnam veteran, Purple Heart and Bronze Star recipient. And of Maria de la Luz Cantú Salazar, an immigrant from Reynosa, Mexico, and hardworking mom of 6 children. I'm proud to be standing here today as a Mexican American, a Democrat, and as a Texas sheriff. Now, I became a Democrat for the same reason I became a first responder over 30 years ago. Wearing this uniform has enabled me to pursue the guilty, protect the innocent, to right wrongs, to fight for those who have no voice, and to protect and serve all, regardless of where they come from, what they look like, or who they happen to love. I'm a Democrat because I'm the dad of Bella and Brooke, 2 beautiful and strong, multicultural and Democrat women. I want to make sure they have access to the health care they need and so choose. Now, as their dad, I recognize that my daughters deserve the control over their own bodies. As their sheriff, a government representative, I recognize that what they do with their own bodies is none of my damn business. Now, I'm also a Democrat because I'm the husband to Mrs. Sarah Salazar, a public school teacher. I want her and her 2nd grade class to have a safe and productive learning environment, free from gun violence and free to learn the truth about race relations and history, not some cherry-picked and whitewashed version of it. I'm a Democrat because, like you, I care about the Texas and what we are leaving to our future generations. I want to make sure everyone feels safe and secure in my community, where y'all truly means all. Now, a few years ago, I ran for office because I was fed up with the archaic laws Republicans create to oppress women, marginalize minorities and the LGBT+ community, politicize our border, defund our public schools, and generally stand in the way of progress. If officials on the other side of the aisle truly cared about Texas, if they were truly pro-life, they would ensure that weapons of war could not get into the hands of criminals and into our schools. They would have done more to prevent the tragedy that shocked us all in Uvalde, Texas. They would expand access to health care and make sure public school teachers have access to the protections and the resources they need to safely educate our children. Now, while this job gets tough sometimes, seeing so many of you energizes me, and it truly gives me hope. Because quite frankly, I'm tired of failed Republican leadership, which continues to steer our state further and further out of touch with the average Texan, only to withhold power by gerrymandering and diluting the votes of our communities. Now, this past Tuesday, I had the honor of spending time at the White House with President Joe Biden. He's as cool as you would think as well, by the way. As you may know, I've been vocal with the White House about what I need to protect my community, and President Biden listened. He invited me to stand beside him to deliver a message of hope for the border crisis and those coming from other countries in search of the American dream. He passed an executive order because twice in a row, Republicans shot down bipartisan legislation which would absolutely have saved lives and solved problems. You'll hear more about the order in the coming days and weeks. Now, granted, it's not perfect and it won't fix everything all at once, but what this executive order does is make the first substantive change to border policies in over 25 years. In my own county, I've seen people lose their lives as a direct result of Republican obstruction that at the end of the day betrays the values and the very spirit that our great country was founded upon. Just yesterday, my deputies and I, along with other area first responders, rescued 26 victims of human smuggling by drug cartels. We saved those 26, but the fight to save them all continues. We fight every day to avoid another tragedy, like the 53 migrants who died in an 18-wheeler in my county. Now, as if it's not bad enough that criminals prey upon these terrified migrants in search for a better life, corrupt politician officials, corrupt Republican officials prey upon them as well. When immigrants in my county were lied to by an evil and overreaching governor and were flown across the country under false pretenses before being dumped in Martha's Vineyard, I said, I got something for that. I launched a criminal investigation. And I'm proud to say, and report to you that because of that ongoing investigation, those victims were granted U visas and were granted the right to work legally. The people Ron DeSantis hoped to oppress are now living their American dream because of what you and I are fighting for together. I'm here to tell you that when we elect Democrats into every courthouse, state house, and once again, the White House, great things happen for all Texans and for all Americans. I'm Sheriff Javier Salazar, and I'm committed to working with each and every one of you to do everything we can to make our beautiful state and this already great country as blue as the Texas sky. Que Diosito bendiga el Partido Demócrata, que bendiga nuestro país y que Dios bendiga el gran estado de Texas.
Please welcome to the stage Representative Jean Wu.
Good evening, everyone. I'm State Representative Jean Wu. I represent Southwest Houston. I'm proud to be a Texan. I'm proud to be an immigrant. I'm especially proud to be an Asian American. It's because of this that I'm here today to provide a dire warning to the Asian American community and to all immigrant communities. The AAPI community has always had to deal with racism and xenophobia. This is not new. But now Republicans are turning up the temperature, and the rise of anti-Asian sentiment among the Republican far right is now the single greatest threat to the continued existence of our communities in over 100 years. In the past, I've tried to warn my community about Republican ideas that target others, Islamic-phobic laws and the Muslim ban, laws that spread anti-Latino hate, and countless other laws that target the LGBTQ community and the African-American community. But there were people in our community that turned away. They said, we're not Muslim or Latino or black or gay, and it wasn't our problem. I warned them that one day it would be our turn. And now the Asian American community is being directly targeted by Republicans. While our community has always dealt with some level of racism, these attacks have intensified since 2016 and Trump. It has gone into high gear since COVID-19. Attacks on the AAPI community have been increasing across the United States, and Texas ranks 4th in the nation in the number of anti-Asian hate incidents. Texas alone is home to more than 20% of all physical assaults, hate crimes against our community. Texas Republican leaders have only added to the hate and violence. When we asked them to not use harmful rhetoric like the Kung flu and the China virus, explaining that those words spread hate and violence into our communities, they laughed at us. This is because they are no longer ashamed of the dark thoughts that they used to hide. Trump has emboldened them and told them that their racist ideas are right. We saw this new emboldened Republican Party last year when they pushed SB 147 and other anti-Asian and anti-immigrant laws. They wanted laws that said immigrants fleeing China, fleeing Iran, and fleeing North Korea would not be allowed to purchase land to farm, a business to run, or even a home for their families to live in. We tried to explain that Texas shouldn't label entire communities as threats without any evidence. They ignored us. We tried to explain that this law would catch even United States citizens. Their people said, good. We tried to tell them that the law was unjust and it would target our community for discrimination and violence. They laughed. But SB 147 is not what I'm afraid of. Because just like 100 years ago, when they passed the exact same laws, the exact same alien land laws against our communities, it never ends at land. The same ideas, the same rhetoric, the same arguments have come back out. 80 years ago, our nation looked at Japanese Americans and said the same thing about them that Republican extremists are now saying about Chinese Americans, Iranian Americans, and Korean Americans. Back then, our government rounded up 120,000 Japanese Americans, more than 66% of whom were American-born citizens. And they forcibly put them into concentration camps at the end of a rifle. I'm here today because it never ends at just land. It only ends when men point guns at our families and demand that they get into the train car. Trump has promised to round up migrants on day one. Republican extremists have promised to round up other minority communities. It is not hard to imagine that Chinese, Korean, and Iranian Americans could easily be added to that list. But this does not have to be our community's fate again. Take a lesson from SB 147. We beat that bill by mobilizing our community and using our voices. We have to do the same this year. The Asian American community must be able to send a clear message that we will not tolerate being attacked. We must vote, and we must vote against the people pushing the laws that attack our communities. We must send a clear message that our communities can and will be the margin that changes elections. And most importantly, we want to send a clear message that if you come for us, we will come for you. This November, let's go punch them in a ballot box. Let's go.
Art is all about being visible and inclusive and diverse. That's who we are as a state. It's a state that we have to build together.
In Obergefell, the court said, no, we know better than you guys do. I think that decision was clearly wrong.
Texas public universities got a letter from the governor today, and it's telling them to ignore President Biden's recent Title IX revision forbidding discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity.
The Texas legislature passed SB 14. The law would ban transgender youth from accessing puberty blockers, hormone therapies, or transition-related surgeries.
Young people who've already been receiving this treatment will have it taken away from them.
These bills specifically seek to put my husband and I in jail and take my children out of our custody and put them in a broken foster care system because we have a transgender child.
Please welcome to the stage, Charlotte Clymer.
How are y'all doing? I said, how are y'all doing? My name is Charlotte Clymer. My pronouns are she, her, and I am proud to be from the great state of Texas. I currently live in our nation's capital, and often when I meet someone for the first time and they ask where I'm from, and I tell them, they'll have a look of sympathy on their face. And they'll say something like, oh, I'm sorry, that sounds terrible. And they mean it. And when that happens, I respond to them that I'm actually very proud to be from Texas. I love Texas. And the sympathetic look on their face will vanish, and in its place will be confusion and incredulity. They'll say to me, but Charlotte, you're a Democrat. You're pro-choice. You support abortion access. You're a trans woman. How can you be proud to be from Texas? And I realize in that moment that they truly don't get it. So I got to tell them. I tell them that I am from the home of Barbara Jordan, and that during the Watergate scandal, when Americans felt so alarmed and uncertain about our country's leadership, the conscience of our nation was a black queer woman from Texas. I tell them that I am from the home of Governor Ann Richards, and that long before these extremist male politicians were so threatened by women controlling their own destiny, Governor Richards was making it look easy, backwards and in high heels. I tell them that I'm from the home of Sarah Weddington and Cecile Richards and Elise Hogg and Kate Cox and millions of Texas women who refuse to be told what they can and cannot do with their own bodies and their own health care. These women terrify the leadership of the Republican Party for a very simple reason. Because they know what every Texan knows, regardless of party or ideology or religion or race. They know this simple truth. They know that there is nothing as powerful as a Texas woman with a plan. I'm from the home of Colin Allred, the son of a single mother and public school teacher who will be the next senator from the great state of Texas. And it's not because he has embodied a high standard of excellence his entire life, although he has. It's not because he's a beloved and respected member of Congress, although he is. It's because Texans know, deep down, that Colin Allred is not the kind of man who's gonna fly off to Cancun in the middle of a natural disaster. I'm from the home of Dr. Kristen Hook. She's a former, that's right, she's a former public school teacher and scientist and labor organizer. And when she saw that Chip Roy might be reelected by default, despite his obstruction, despite his irresponsibility, despite his lack of care and attention to the needs of working class families, she thought to herself, I can do better than this. And she is now the Democratic nominee for the 21st Congressional District of Texas. And folks, she's gonna win. I'm from the home of Lauren Ashley Simmons. a brilliant union organizer, a mom who showed up to her local school board meeting in the face of a cowardly and cynical effort by Greg Abbott to take over her children's school district. She looked at the absolute nonsense occurring in front of her and thought, you know what, I can do better than this. She came to that meeting as a concerned parent, and she left as a leader ready to change things. She is now the Democratic nominee for Texas House District 146. And folks, she's gonna win. I tell people that I am from the home of nearly 400,000 Texas public school teachers and professional support staff who are overworked and underpaid and under-resourced, and yet still come to schools every day ready to fight for the future of every young person. Did you hear what I said? Every young person, regardless of their religion or their race or their economic background or whether or not they are transgender. I tell folks that no matter what I accomplish in this lifetime, every bit of success I have ever achieved would not be possible without my Texas public school education and the teachers who never gave up on me. And I have a message for transgender and non-binary youth in Texas. You are loved, you are important, you deserve happiness and authenticity, and we will never stop fighting for you. Ever. And finally, I tell them that I come from the home of Carolyn Wilson. That's my grandmother. I know what it means to be a Texan because of my grandmother. She taught me that being a Texan means community. It means helping your neighbor. It means lending a hand to the most vulnerable. Being a Texan means no one gets left behind, ever. That's what it means, because we believe in a greater faith as Texans, a belief in community. My grandmother is an atheist, but when I became a Christian at 19, she didn't hesitate to show up to my baptism and tell me that she's proud of me. When I enlisted in the Army, my grandmother wrote me at basic training every week with encouragement, challenging me to reach a higher standard. When I came out as a trans woman, my grandmother told me how proud she is to have me as her granddaughter. The leadership of the Republican Party lives in fear of people like my grandmother, because she is closer to the love and grace and empathy of God than they will ever care to understand. The leadership of the Republican Party lives in fear of meeting a reasonable adult who disagrees with them and defies being put in a box. Well, I got news for them. I'm a progressive, pro-choice trans woman, and I am also a Christian military veteran from Texas. They can't stand me because I make it impossible for them to place me in a box. I make it harder for them to divide people and pit Americans against each other. And I'm a Democrat because the Democratic Party has no time for that. Texas Democrats have no time for that. There are working class families to support, homeless veterans to house, minimum wage workers to be helped, gun reform to be achieved, healthcare to be expanded, children to be fed and educated, civil rights to advance, democracy to be defended, and a country, a proud country to believe in. Folks, I want to be very clear about this. If you walk away with anything today, I want it to be this. We are going to win in November. President Biden and Vice President Harris will be reelected. Colin Allred will be in the Senate. And we will take back the House. And Texas Democrats are going to lead the way. God bless America. God bless Texas. Thank you.
Please welcome Representative Venton Jones.
Good evening, Texas Democrats. Can I get that just a little bit louder? Good evening, Texas Democrats. Some of us has traveled hundreds of miles to be here today, so it is so great to be here. My name is State Representative Venton Jones, and I represent House District 100 in my hometown of Dallas, Texas. I would like to take this moment to thank Chairman Gilberto Hinojosa, Vice Chair Chair Wyrick-Cathey, and the rest of the Texas Democratic Party staff for all of their hard work organizing thousands of Democrats to be here in the wonderful city of El Paso. And so this session was historic. We, each and every one of you in this room, grew the number of out LGBTQ elected officials in the Texas House to the highest it's ever been. This was a feat that would not have happened without the historic elections of not one, not two, not even three, but 4 Black LGBTQ members of the Texas House for the first time in history. Representatives Yolanda Jones, Representatives Josie Garcia, Christian Manuel, and myself. And so it's important because for the first time, the Texas House LGBTQ caucus had Black representation. And for the first time, the Texas Legislative Black Caucus had LGBTQ representation. Intersectionality and representation matters. And so as we prepare for the 89th legislative session, we elected Representative-elect Lauren Simmons, a true Democrat, to serve the people of House District 146. We also elected the first LGBTQ state senator, Molly Cook, to the Texas Senate, and that deserves to be celebrated. And so, I know some of you may be thinking, I can get elected 1 Black LGBTQ member, but 4? Really? Yes. And the funny thing is that we were not running to be the first anything. We were running because we were sick and tired of the far-right attacks happening on our communities. We were sick and tired of seeing Black bodies die at the hands of injustice. We were sick and tired of Black trans women being murdered in the streets with no justice or no respect for their lives. Most importantly, we ran because we represented each of our districts, because that was the place that we were born and raised in. The people that we served were not just our constituents. They were our mothers, our fathers, our grandparents, our cousins, our community. And this session was also historic for another reason that I take no honor in mentioning this evening. For the first time in history, we had to navigate the most hateful legislative session against LGBTQ people, against people of color, against women, against our Texan children and their families. What we know about Texan Democrats, though, is that when times get rough, we don't run, we fight. And that's exactly what Texan Democrats in the House and Senate did every single day of the regular session and throughout the 4 special sessions in 2023 to fight the over 140 anti-LGBTQ bills that were filed by Republicans. And despite Republicans controlling the House, the Senate, and the governorship, we killed almost every single piece of anti-LGBTQ legislation that made its way throughout our bodies. We managed to kill bills like House Bill 1155, which would criminalize teachers for discussing sexual orientation in education settings like health classes. We killed HB 3147, which would have forced trans women to share jail cells with cis males. We killed Senate Bill 163, which would allow parents to withdraw their children from sexual education class, comprehensive age-appropriate sexual education classes. And so this was good, but let me tell you this. It is not enough in this social and political climate. It is abundantly clear right now that we are under attack by the far right, and anyone who chooses to be silent while LGBTQ people and their families are being forced out of this state are complicit in those attacks too. It will It will not be over until we change the elected leadership in our state officials. We have just had our primary elections and our runoffs. I want everyone here to know that 46 Republicans were primaried this past cycle, many of whom were primaried for being too moderate or bipartisan. Let me say this one more time. We had 46 Republicans primaried this cycle for being too moderate, and 15 of them lost their elections. We must spend the next 150 days leading to the general election to register voters, to turn out Texan Democrats, and do everything in our power to flip House and Senate seats. We need to send Ted Cruz packing his bags back to Cancun and elect Colin Allred as our next U.S. Senator representing the great state of Texas. We have to do everything we can to send President Joe Biden for a second term and prevent Donald Trump from overturning our democracy. And with that, there's so much at stake in this election, and I know that we say this almost every year, but if you know me, you know that I don't just talk the talk. This is a critical timing in our American history where our children's grandchildren will say, what did we do when democracy was at stake? And as I prepare to close, I would like to say to all of you in this room, Texan Democrats, thank you for believing in the American dream, the ideal that every citizen in the United States should be treated equally and have the opportunity to achieve success and prosperity through hard work, through determination and initiative. And if you don't know my story, you can't understand my glory, because I, as a black gay man, and the first black state legislator living openly with HIV, I was not supposed to be here. And by the grace of God and through the efforts of a community that feeds me daily, I made it. I honor this by giving my all to this position. To the black and LGBTQ ancestors whose shoulders we stand on, we honor you. We thank you for making a way out of the situations and circumstances where there seems like there was no way. And it is this faith that we Democrats must tap into if we are to get through these dark days and turn Texas blue again. And so with that, I say thank you so much. Thank you to my colleagues that's joined me on this stage, and God bless. Let's win this state, Texas.
Please welcome to the stage, Molly Cook.
Thank you to the Texas Democratic Party and to our fellow Democrats here in El Paso for welcoming us here this weekend. My name is Molly Cook. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the state senator in District 15 in Harris County. I'm an emergency room nurse and a community organizer, and when my district elected me, I became the only Democratic medical professional in the Texas Senate, a voice that was missing from that chamber and is now present and ready to speak. I also became the first openly LGBTQ+ member of in the history of the Texas Senate. We all owe a debt of gratitude to Barbara Jordan, who was forced to love in secret as she served our state and our party, and paved the way for all of us to love and hope today. It is because of her that I was able to run authentically and serve openly. It is no coincidence in the aftermath of last session, after the legislature levied attack after attack on the LGBTQ+ community, that Houston and Harris County chose to send 2 queer women organizers to Austin. And I just want another cheer for Lauren Ashley Simmons, y'all. We aren't going anywhere. There were components of my campaign that ring true across our statewide movement. Our district wanted a leader who is a nurse, still practicing at the bedside with her hand on the pulse of what hurts us and what keeps us healthy and safe. The district wanted someone with the courage to live authentically and say, I've had an abortion in this state and I've got nothing to be ashamed of. But maybe most importantly, intergenerational inclusive organizing won me my seat in the Texas Senate, and it is going to win us the statewide seats that we need to make real change and save lives. There is power shifting in every corner of our state for every interconnected issue that affects our daily lives. There are successful movements to pass city charter amendments, hold off destructive highway expansions, and provide safe abortions to those who need them most. The fight to protect and restore public education is reaching a fever pitch, and we crave radical change. Sometimes change happens quickly and sometimes slowly, but I want you to know that incremental change and revolutionary change are not mutually exclusive. In fact, each incremental change should lead us toward revolution. And every time you've seen radical change, it was preceded by years of good organizing by the affected communities that led to that moment. It is up to us in this room to choose to organize faithfully, strategically, without fear, and with bold collective vision. In her book, Emergent Strategy, Adrienne Maree Brown defines the collective vision of a group as the furthest into the future that they can see together. And standing here right now with you, I can see further than I've ever seen before. I can see a Texas with excellent public schools and high-quality senior care facilities in every single neighborhood. I see a Texas free of gun violence and roadway deaths. I see a Texas where every single person has a home, access to affordable health care that meets the needs of their body, mind, and spirit, and safe, stigma-free abortions. I see a Texas with clean air, water, and soil for every creature and plant that calls our state home. And a Texas where the Black and brown communities, our trans siblings, working people, and immigrants are treasured, centered in every policy, and celebrated for their invaluable and irreplaceable contribution to the richness of our shared experience. I see a Texas where every community is powerful to shape the change around them. And I'm proud, and I'm so grateful to be your youngest, newest Texas State Senator. But y'all, candidates come and go, and the power of organizing is eternal. Let's see as far as we can together. Let's believe in that vision and organize for radical change and never, ever give up hope.
Democrats rigged the presidential election.
Congressman Colin Allred was on the House floor when the mob made its way to the chamber's doors. He texted his pregnant wife, "Whatever happens, I love you," and says he planned to fight back.
The Texas House of Representatives voted to impeach Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
He was acquitted on each count. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick reinstated Paxton as the Attorney General.
Cruz is disguising speaking fees as payments to a super PAC in violation of the law. The pro-Cruz PAC has received a series of increasingly larger payments from iHeartMedia that total more than $630,000.
How can you say you're not being compensated?
You know, it really is sad.
Please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
Yes, I love to see it. Y'all are fired up. I love it. Good evening. Y'all are too much. Good evening, my fellow Texas Democrats. I see you. I see you. Again, I need it. Listen, y'all gave me a lot of energy, but I need a little bit more. Good evening, my Texas Democrats. That's what I love to hear. Now listen, I'm so glad that I'm in El Paso and away from the mess in DC. Y'all know it gets a little messy up there. But my sorority, for those of you that don't know, I'm in a sorority. Do I have any sorority sisters in the building? All right, there they go. Oh, wait a minute, that ain't my sorority, that's Ski-Wee, ain't me. Yeah. So in my sorority, we have this thing that we do. And it goes something like this. Who are we? My sisters and me, we are the soul stepping sorors of DST. All right, so we do that sometimes, right? But I switched it up. All right, because I'm not at a sorority meeting. So I want to change it up for the purpose of this evening. And when I say, who are we? I want you to respond with, my Dems and me. And then I'll finish with, we are fighting for the soul of this country. All right? Got it? We good? All right, good. All right. So I'm sure by now that y'all know about a certain someone talking about my eyelashes. Yes, MTG is someone who calls herself a patriot and serves in what should be a respected body. But, you know, she wanted to take shots at my personal appearance rather than focus on the subject matter at hand in a recent committee hearing. So let me just say this. Her utter disrespect towards myself, my colleagues, and quite frankly, our country is distasteful and adds nothing to our democracy. Now, I know that the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, who we all love, that's right, said, when they go low, we go high. However, as a member of Congress, and even when I served in the State House, I've resorted to, when they go low, we deliver straight facts and gather them accordingly. You see, what each of you saw take place a couple of weeks ago is nothing new. Unfortunately, all of MAGA are beholden to their little leader, and they will do anything to get his stamp of approval. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I don't know about getting the stamp of approval from a racist, sexual assaulting, twice impeached, 34-count convicted felon. But this is the environment that we're currently living in. Again, who are we? My Dems and me. We are fighting for the soul of our country. All right, so as you can probably tell, or you've seen on TikTok or IG or your TV screens, I stay ready with the facts, because even though uneducated MAGA Republicans continue to spew harmful rhetoric and do everything in their power to keep us away from the ballot box, I'm committed to telling, as my dad, who's a minister, would probably say, the good news. But on a serious note, it is the rhetoric that we should all be concerned about. We have elected officials right here in our own state of Texas who continue to say the 2020 presidential election was stolen, and that our neighbors shouldn't have faith in the electoral process. We have a former president who encouraged and fueled extremists as they stormed our nation's capital, or as I refer to it, the People's House, on January 6th. Lawmakers who don't have a uterus saying what a woman can do or can't do with her own body. people who never wanted voting rights to be a thing continue to claw back those same rights for us, specifically those of us that are black and brown. They continue with the egregious attacks on our kiddos, and so much more. The fate of our neighborhoods, state, country, and quite frankly, in the world, it's in our hands. Again, who are we? My Dems and me, y'all catching on. We are fighting for the soul of our country. Which brings me to this moment in time. Listen, y'all, we are currently standing at a crossroads in this country, and in the words of Amanda Gorman, Presidential Poet Laureate, for there is always light if we're only brave enough to see it, if we're only brave enough to be it. We can talk all day about turning Texas blue, but the truth of the matter is that turning Texas blue doesn't come with fancy talk and empty hands. We have to train people. We have to ask people to run for office. We have to organize. We have to knock doors. Texas wants to implement the death penalty for women in need of abortion access. Let me repeat that. Texas wants to kill women that have decided that they need to take care of themselves and access abortion care. I don't know what in the Handmaid's Tale country we are living in, but we deserve what this country has promised us. We deserve what this country was founded upon. We deserve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And see, there are those that think I'm crazy, because I tell people all the time that we're blue, and we are. Okay, see, y'all not clapping. See, y'all think I'm crazy. I need some claps. I'm gonna tell you why I know that we're blue. We have more African Americans in the state of Texas than any other state in this country. We also are a majority minority state. These are demographics that typically turn out and vote blue. Texas isn't a red state. We are a non-voting state. We're a voter-suppressed state, and we are an underinvested state. But one thing that I know is that we Democrats, we know how to get the job done, and we know how to rise to the occasion. This is the very reason that they put warrants out for my arrest and for my colleagues' arrest when we fled the state. They knew our power. The question is, do we know our power? Do we know our power, Texas? So with that, my question is, when are we gonna get to work? It's time, exactly now. It's time to use our power, our superpowers, to do some good in this country. Let's save this country. Again, who are we? That's right. And we're fighting for the soul of this country. Let's commit to donating, volunteering, knocking, calling, texting, educating, transporting, and voting. Let's commit to empowering people all around us to stand in their power. You shouldn't go a day without at least one convo about the importance of being engaged in this election cycle. No one wins an election alone. This is a team sport, and the blue team has the best roster of players without a doubt. So ask yourself, what am I gonna do to ensure that the blue team wins in 2024? We're gonna do this. Y'all just show up. I promise y'all, I love you, Texas Democrats.
Please welcome Representative Ann Johnson.
Good evening, Texas Democrats. I am State Representative Ann Johnson, and you may remember me as Vice Chair of your Board of Managers in the Ken Paxton impeachment. I was raised a Texan. Generations of my family serving overseas, willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect our democracy. My parents teaching me that defending our Constitution happens here at home too, with the honor of public service. When we serve, we take an oath, raising our hand to faithfully execute the duties, to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, so help me God. It is on all of us to remind all Texans that it is actually Democrats defending your freedoms and your rights. While Republicans are not just taking away your constitutional reproductive freedoms and voting rights, they are taking away our freedom to a government that works for us, replacing for the people, by the people, with government to the highest bidder. I'm talking about Republican corruption in government, and it's pretty damn pervasive. So let me narrow this down to one story: the impeachment of Ken Paxton. He did it, plain and simple. Guilty as charged. Ken Paxton is Texas' top cop, and we proved that he is on the take. But Republican senators gave him a political get-out-of-jail-free card in service to their selling their souls to Trump, Abbott, Patrick, and now Paxton. In doing so, they betrayed their oath, and they failed to live up to the promise of true Texas heroes like Sam Houston, who said, "Do right and risk the consequences." I want to share with you the moment I knew that this impeachment would be the most important thing I could do in my life and the most important thing that I could do for our state and nation's future. Chair Murr and I sat in a room filled with Texas history, knowing that generations had come before us, and it was our job to preserve it for those who will come. Across the table sat a group of non-political public integrity prosecutors. We explained to them today's climate. We explained to them that if we go out there and expose the truth of Ken Paxton, we will face an unrelenting machine of retribution, personal attacks, and political destruction funded by people with an absurd amount of money and no moral compass or ethics. If you were us, would you go forward? Quickly and unanimously, they answered, "How could you not?" We stood on the House floor and we delivered articles of impeachment to our colleagues, and I am proud to tell you that 121 House members, a bipartisan supermajority, voted their conscience, voted their oath, and voted to impeachment. Because you see, impeachment is not a sword. Impeachment is a shield to protect the integrity of public trust against public corruption. But unfortunately, our impeachment trial proved to be a political process and not a judicial one. Republican senators were not required to follow the evidence, and with a few notable exceptions, they didn't. They followed Dan Patrick, who served as judge of the proceedings. Patrick, as judge, took $3 million from Paxton's biggest backers on the eve of trial. Patrick, as judge, defied Texas law and refused to allow prosecutors to question Paxton under oath. And Patrick, as judge, within minutes of the verdict, confessed his own bias, proving that the fix was in from the start, and began their political vengeance tour. Like many of you, I'm a cancer survivor. You recall, or the moment someone you know and loved was diagnosed, you recall the moment that you had to choose to fight like hell. And today, our politics has its own cancer, Republican corruption. And if left untreated, it will become terminal. So if Trump wins, Paxton will be your next U.S. Attorney General. If Trump wins, the Supreme Court will be filled with the likes of Patrick and Abbott's, and if Trump wins, our constitutional protections will die. And so we all right now need to choose to summon the same will to survive, to fight like hell, and to preserve, protect, and defend our Constitution and our democracy. It may not sound like it, but I am here with good news. I mean it. There is a cure to this cancer. There is a cure to this Republican corruption, and it is you. The cure is to vote. The cure is to knock on doors. And the cure is to make sure that every Texan, every American knows that we must elect Democrats up and down the ballot November 5th. And so let's get to this fight. Let's get to the cure. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Harris County Attorney Christian Menefee.
Texas Democrats, I want a Texas where Ann Johnson is Speaker of the Texas House. I'm Christian Menefee, and I'm the county attorney for Harris County. In a state where MAGA extremists run our capital, I have a very simple job, one job. I sue Greg Abbott, I sue Ken Paxton, I sue Republican officials to defend our voting rights, to push for environmental justice, and to protect Texans across our great state. I fight back. I see the signs. Texas Democrats, we fight back. Republicans in Austin have weaponized our government to attack everyday Texans. You see, there was a time when Texas government worked for the people instead of against them. I think of the stories of Texans like my mother, born into poverty right here in our great state, with 9 siblings and one parent battling addiction, the other struggling to make ends meet. Every day was a struggle for survival. She was born into a society that was riddled with inequality. She saw the worst of our foster care system. Addiction of her mother was met with criminal penalty instead of mental health care, and she entered a workforce with few jobs for people of color in her background. But with hard work, with determination, and with the support of her government, my mother fulfilled her version of the American dream. You see, our government was a part of the solution instead of a part of the problem. It was my mother's military service that got her out of her neighborhood and ensured that she had a warm bed to lay her head every night. It was the WIC nutritional program that helped her feed her kids when she couldn't make ends meet. It was government-sponsored health care that paid for her eldest son's treatment as he battled childhood cancer. And it was the GI Bill that helped send me, her youngest son, to law school. Think about the power of that story. In a single generation, right here in our state, government helped my mother go from a life of poverty to raising first-generation college students and having a son elected as the youngest person and first black county attorney for the largest county in Texas. That's the Texas that I know, and that's the Texas that I love. But Republican leaders like Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton want to destroy that version of Texas. And Texas Democrats, we've got to fight back. Across our state, there are Texans like my mother who can change the trajectory of their life with just a little help from their government. But they've seen Republican officials demonize basic income programs, prioritizing putting money in the pockets of CEOs instead of workers. That's wrong, and we've got to fight back. There are Texans across this state like my brother who are battling life-threatening illnesses and could win that battle if only their government treated health care as a right instead of a privilege. But they've seen Republican officials make Texas one of only a handful of states to refuse to expand Medicaid. That's wrong, and we've got to fight back. Texas Democrats, our fellow Texans need us, and we must do everything we can to create a better future for every single person in this state and to fight back against Republican politicians who are trying to set us back. And I can promise you that as long as I'm the county attorney in Harris County, we will be taking the fight to Ken Paxton and to Greg Abbott in the courtroom. When they tried to block families in Harris County from receiving federal funds to help pull themselves out of poverty, what did we do? We fought back. When they gave polluters carte blanche to release pollutants in low-income black and brown neighborhoods, what did we do? We fought back. When they tried to throw out thousands of votes after an election and challenged 22 election results in Harris County, what did we do? We fought back. We're in this fight to restore good government in Texas, to restore a Texas that is focused on being part of the solution instead of the problem. To restore a Texas where every single person, no matter where you live, no matter how much money your parents make, no matter how you worship, no matter who you love, you can get a fair shot at the American dream. But until then, Texas Democrats, we fight like hell. Now, I'm the lawyer, so I heard what Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett said about when they go low, but I'm the lawyer, so when they go low, we go to the courtroom, okay? When they try to silence our voices, we raise our voices louder. And when they try to pull us down, when they try to strip our rights, when they try to take us back to Jim Crow, what do? I'm Christian Menefee, and as long as there's Democrats standing with me, as long as I have blood in my veins, as long as I breathe breaths, I will be fighting back against Republicans, Greg Abbott, and Ken Paxton. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins.
Well, hello, Democrats, and go Dallas Mavs. As county judge, my first priority is to keep people safe. And that's why in March of 2020, Dallas County became the first county to issue executive orders in response to COVID-19. This was a new virus with no established playbook for Greg Abbott and Republican politicians to hide behind. For the first few weeks, Governor Abbott reluctantly and oh so slowly followed our Democratic county judges. But once Donald Trump tweeted second-guessing one of Governor Abbott's decisions, our cocky governor folded up like a cheap suit, immediately going with Trump to politicize the pandemic and to hurt public health. On the day President Biden was inaugurated, I called the president's chief of staff and I asked for vaccine mega sites in DFW and our other large urban counties. Once our site opened at Fair Park in the heart of Dallas, Governor Abbott responded by singling out our county and not allocating for Dallas County our fair share of the state's allotment of vaccine. North Texas residents of both parties were victimized by his petty politics, delaying the long-awaited vaccines, but ultimately Fair Park in Dallas County administered more shots than any site in the country. Our Attorney General, our governor, and local Republicans even went so far as to sue me over my COVID policies, even filing a suit to remove me from office. We didn't play politics or back down. Democratic leaders did what was necessary to keep you safe regardless of the polls. Republican politicians got scared, quit leading, and played politics. Now next year, if we don't stop them at the polls in November, they promised to defund our public schools. We cannot let that happen. Texans overwhelmingly support public schools. Over 87% of our students are in public schools, and we have some of the best public schools in the world. Just ask my daughter Madeline, a 2024 graduate last week of a Dallas ISD high school, headed to college in the fall. Yet instead, oh yeah, give it up for Madeline, y'all. Yeah. Yet instead of giving every Texas student the chance to have the best public education possible, Governor Abbott wants to defund public schools to pass those dollars on to donors who have an interest in private schools. Republicans overreach to please their primary voters and their largest donors. In doing so, they punish regular Texans. When Democrats lead, we enact policies that benefit everyone and demonize no one. Policies that help our workers and unions. Policies that keep us safe in an unprecedented public health crisis. Policies that invest in our public schools, our workforce, and our children. Policies that welcome everyone regardless of race, religion, gender, national origin, how you identify, or who you love. Policies that move us towards a better Texas together. Thank you.
Please welcome Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo.
Hello, everyone. I am so thrilled to be here today, and I'm especially thrilled to go after my counterpart from Dallas County because I get to remind everybody that the Astros have won 2 World Series and the Rangers have only won 1. But in order to unite the Democrats, let me share with you guys, I get along very well with Judge Jenkins, and I'm about to marry a Dallas native. Backing up 6 years ago, at 27 years old, I was elected Harris County Judge, and this is the only audience where I don't have to explain that it's not a judge, it's a county executive. And Harris County, of course, the largest county in our state, larger than 25 states in population. We were thrilled. You've seen Christian Menefee. We've had incredible leaders elected this year in Harris County, and it's not just that, it's the policies we've advanced. So to us, it's great. The Republicans, though, they are quite literally shaking in their boots. As a 5'2" on a good day Hispanic woman, it makes me so excited that I scare them so much. Here's how scared they are. Their party platform this year, the state party platform, they want to change the way candidates are elected statewide. So now they want it to be whoever wins the majority of the 254 counties. It would require constitutional amendment. But here is why they're doing that. Because they remember decades ago, when they first flipped the state, of course, landing now on their iron grip on Texas, what happened before they flipped the state is they won Harris County. When we won in 2018, they didn't think it could be done. Then we got reelected in 2022. They tried to overturn my election. The lawsuit just finally got dropped a few months ago. We have been trying to turn Texas blue for 30 years, and I'm here to tell you, not only is it possible, it is happening. Who better than the My Pillow guy? Here's one thing he got right. He said, when I was running for re-election, this was his line in the Republican fundraisers. He said, as goes Harris County, so goes Texas. And as goes Texas, goes the rest of the nation. So guys, we are making it happen, and I want you to know, as we fight for the rest of the state, to those candidates and those areas that feel like, gosh, we've been trying for so long and we just need a win. That was us in 2018. People so didn't think I could win, I didn't have a primary opponent. And we did it, and we won again. And so just know we are holding the line for you. We are not scared. We are holding the line for the state, and we're gonna keep fighting. I have fielded every kind of political attack you can imagine. Our county's been bullied so many times. When Christian Menefee was speaking, I was like, wow, I'd forgotten about that. But it's okay. Because as the signs say, I love them, the more they push, the more they bully, the more they make up things, the more we want to fight back. Just this week, I announced that I'm hoping to run for re-election again. Here are the folks that thought they had me scared. I am so proud of everything we've achieved. This is not just about which party wins, it's about the future of our state. It is about democracy. It's about the fact that no one party should ever have such a grip on a place, and that's what leads to the extremism we are seeing. So just know we have wins. We can do this. With you all, we have done it, and we're gonna do it again. Thank you all so, so much, and thank you guys for having me today.
Please welcome Congressman Joaquin Castro.
Good evening, Texas Democrats. How are y'all? Well, 22 years ago, I came to my first state convention in this beautiful city of El Paso, Texas. I was 27 years old and headed to the state legislature for my first term. And a lot of things have changed since then. El Paso is still a beautiful city. And it's still, despite what Republicans say, one of the safest cities in America. But while this city and its people are beautiful, the Republican Party has gotten a lot uglier. George W. Bush is a rhino in this MAGA Republican Party. Rick Perry is a rhino in today's Republican Party. They worship only one man and one man alone, Donald Trump. The Republican Party has left Texans behind, and they should vote Democrat in November. This November, the American people will face a choice about whether to re-elect Donald Trump along with his 88 felony counts that come along with him. We have a real question to answer, not just about this election, but about the future of the country. Are we going to re-elect the president? Are we really going to re-elect the president who ended Roe versus Wade? Are we going to re-elect a president who put kids in cages? Are we going to re-elect a president who told Russia to do, quote, whatever the hell they want to our allies? Damn right we're not. We're going to re-elect President Joe Biden to the White House. And we're going to get a new senator in Texas, my friend Colin Allred. He's a voting rights lawyer who grew up with a single mom who will make sure that Texans can actually achieve their American dreams. And in fact, not only are we going to re-elect Joe Biden and we're going to elect Colin Allred, we're going to elect Democrats up and down the ballot across the state of Texas. Michelle Vallejo in the Rio Grande Valley. Candidates in the big cities of Houston and Dallas and San Antonio and El Paso, but also in cities like Tyler and Longview and Midland and Odessa, and in our rural places in Texas as well. We're going to do that because y'all have seen Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick and Ken Paxton and how they damaged our state. You've seen them go after our friends and neighbors and family. They have made their political careers bullying the most vulnerable among us. And we watched them lie after Uvalde and blame Texas teachers for the state's failure to keep our kids safe. We've seen them turn the Texas Republican Party into a bastion of corruption, incompetence, and cruelty, full of politicians who would rather meet with a white supremacist for 7 hours than hold a town hall for their own constituents. You deserve better than that. Texas deserves better than that. We will get that in November. Are you ready to turn our state blue? Are you ready to elect strong Democrats who will work every day to make this state a place where our sons and daughters are proud to grow up? Most of all, y'all, are you ready to win? So am I. but you know that it's going to take every door knock, every block we can walk, every cent that you can contribute, every call you can make, every text you can send. And ultimately, we will, on election night, hear them announce that for the first time in generations, Texas has gone blue. For Joe Biden, for Colin Allred, and for Democrats across the state, God bless you. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Representative Gina Hinojosa.
Good evening, Texas Democrats. Who's ready for Governor Gretchen Whitmer? Make some noise. Who's ready for Colin Allred? They'll be coming up here real soon. I am Representative Gina Hinojosa, and I proudly represent Austin in the Texas House. Woo, Austin! What an exciting evening it is tonight. There is an electricity in the air. Woo! It is the energy that comes from your power. It is the power to win. And you know this power well, because last year, you defeated Governor Abbott's voucher scam, not once, not twice, not even 3 times, not even 4 times, but 5 times. That was you. So many of you were part of our winning team, Texas Public Schools, one of the biggest, most successful grassroots efforts that I have witnessed in my lifetime, and I'm honored to have been a part of it. Thank you for your part in it. Together, we saved our constitutional Texas public schools. We also embarrassed a governor. He went scorched earth on his own party, taking out anti-voucher Republicans. And the result is that our anti-voucher coalition is now 3 votes behind. To put it another way, we need to elect about 3 more Democrats to the Texas House to defeat vouchers and defend our neighborhood public schools. But that's okay, because electing Democrats is always our charge. I am chair of the Texas House Democratic Campaign Committee, and we elect Democrats to the Texas House. We are 12 seats away from a majority in a 150-member Texas House. Let me say that again. We only need to pick up 12 seats in a 150-member body to control the Texas House. For context, in 2018, with Beto's help at the top of the ticket, we picked up 12 seats. Every single Democrat we elect to the Texas House could be the difference to save our neighborhood public schools. And every seat we flip brings us that much closer to a Democratic majority. We have the power. It is the power and the energy you feel in this room to create a new day in Texas. A day when our Texas taxpayer dollars actually make it to our neighborhood schools and our kids get the world-class education they deserve. And let me take a moment of personal privilege to also say, we are also fighting for a day when every Texan has freedom over her body, her health care, and her future. Tal vez como lo tienen en México, donde el aborto es un derecho, no un crimen. But then again, Mexico just elected a woman president. And for some reason, that is an achievement that escapes us. I will say this plainly and in English. When we are striving to achieve Mexico's treatment of women, a country that is infamous around this world for a culture of machismo, we have a problem. And for the sake of freedom and equality and every little girl in this state, it is past time that we prioritize the rights and the advancement of women. It is Texas women by and large who are running to flip seats in the Texas House. To name a few, Christian Carranza, Laurel Jordan Swift in San Antonio, Avery Bishop and Elizabeth Ginsburg in Dallas. Biden either won these districts or almost won these districts. San Antonio and Dallas, you are the battlefront in our fight for the Texas House. Also within reach, Jenny Burkholz in Williamson County, Stephanie Morales in Houston, Michelle Beckley in Denton County. Yes, give them a round of applause. We have two educators running to flip seats in Bell County, Jennifer Lee, Don Richardson, Perla Boroques, and Denise Wilkerson in Tarrant County. And while he is a man and we love and support our male candidates, one of our hardest working candidates running to flip one of our most flippable seats is Jonathan Gracia, running in the Valley. Yep, running in the Valley to flip a seat where Biden won a majority. This list goes on, but you know the assignment. If I count out your county, there is no greater impact you can have this November than helping to elect your House candidate. And if I didn't call your candidate's county, then please just write them a check because they need it. We are blessed with great candidates, but the power that we use to win is not for them. It is for us. Because as much as I admire Biden's investments in clean energy, his crackdown on corporate greed and monopolies, his skill at securing a bipartisan gun safety law, those victories are not about him. Those victories are about us. They make our lives better. They give my kids better opportunities. They give your kids better opportunities, a chance to grow up on a livable planet. They make our communities safer. I am using my power to elect Democrats and to elect Joe Biden, not because I love him. He's great. But I am voting for Joe Biden because I love my kids, because I love my community, because I love me. And there is no better investment we can make in ourselves or in our future than turning Texas blue. Thank you. Have a great convention.
Please welcome to the stage Representative Trey Martinez Fisher.
How you doing, Texas Democrats? Great speeches. We are just getting started. We have Governor Gretchen Whitmer in the House. And we have our next United States Senator, Colin Allred. It is going to be a great night. Good evening, buenas tardes. ¿Dónde está mi gente? I cannot hear you. Where are you, Raza? Where are my people from San Antonio? There we go. My fellow Democrats, my fellow Texans, it is so good to be with you in El Paso. The sun may be setting in El Paso, but ladies and gentlemen, it is morning in Texas. We all have a story to tell, and mine is no different from yours. It's a Texas story. I was born on the south side of San Antonio and raised on the west side. My mother was a farm worker, and my father went to the Air Force right after high school so he could help support my abuela and my tios and my tias. We weren't rich, but my parents worked hard, really hard, to put us on the right track. They worked day and night so I could have the opportunities they didn't. You see, my parents believed in the Texas miracle, and I can still hear my father saying, "Son, I'll drive a taxi cab at night if that's what it takes for you and your sisters to get a good education." He instilled in me not only the power of education to transform lives, but also the belief that education is something that can never be taken away. Now, my parents didn't have college degrees, but they had PhDs in life, and they had a plan that if we worked hard and got a good education, if we lived our faith in deeds, not just in words, that we would achieve the Texas dream. But today that dream is not attainable for every Texan. My Catholic faith taught me, to whom much is given, much will be owed. And now, 30 years later, because of my parents, because of their grit and hard work, because of our great Texas public school teachers, I am living my dream. So I take it personally when I see Republican extremists ripping the Texas miracle to shreds, quitting on Texas, and selling out our values to billionaires who peddle in white nationalism. And while Texas Republicans have spent last year setting a new bar for extremism, national Republicans have said, "Hey, wait, hold my beer." Just last week, the Republican nominee for president was convicted of bribes and corruption. Now, wait a second here. I'm an attorney, and I can tell you that a unanimous jury verdict is not a scam. But if Trump wants to see a rigged trial, he could take a look at Dan Patrick's acquittal of corrupt Kim Paxton. Texas Democrats, it is on us to fight extremism this November. We need to call them out on this BS. We must start by correcting the record. From today forward, we will no longer call them conservative. Let's call them what they really are: conservatives. They are conservatives because they con and they swindle Texans, just like the convict they have running for president. That is the extremism that grips the Republican parties. The Republicans want to defund our local schools with private school voucher scams. They have spent months lying about our schools, lying about our teachers. They are starving our schools across the state, and now they're spending millions of dollars to ram through a private school voucher scam to destroy our schools, punish our teachers, and hurt our students. As Democrats, we say no. The Bible says to heal the sick, yet Texas is one of 10 states without Medicaid expansion, Texas has the largest uninsured population in the country. Conservatives can't be pro-family and continue to deny health care to millions of Texans. As Democrats, we say no. We believe in supporting hardworking families, not West Texas billionaires. Republicans want to risk lives by taking away the dignity of mothers, sentencing women who seek abortions with the death penalty, and now they want to insert themselves into women's medical appointments. Democrats, we say what? We say no. We believe in God's love for all, regardless of who you love, the color of your skin, or your faith. Republicans discriminate against the LGBT community, immigrants, and anyone who does not fit their neo-Nazi nationalist profile. We reject hate, and as Democrats, we say no. We believe our faith comes from living in action and loving our neighbor and fighting justice. Texas Republicans want to twist faith in order to exclude and divide. Democrats, we say no. My fellow Texans, come this November, there is only one party committed to fulfilling the Texas dream, to fighting for working families and protecting our freedoms. I say, to hell with the Republican nightmare. It is time for Democrats to reclaim the Texas dream. Now here's the challenge. Victory will not come to us on a silver platter. We must fight for it. Conservatives, they are betting that you're going to sit it out, and that's part of the scam, and that's why we need to double down. Democrats, we must fight like my mom and dad fought for me, with grit, with passion, and with faith. I believe that we will win, we can win, we must win. For the sake of our future and the future, we must re-elect President Joe Biden. We must can Cruz and elect Colin Allred to the U.S. Senate and take back the Texas House. The fight is real, and it begins with us, and it begins now. So thank you, El Paso, and thank you, Texas Democrats. Adelante.
Please welcome your nominee for U.S. Congressional District 15, Michelle Vallejo.
Hola a todos. I just want to share also we have Governor Gretchen Whitmer coming up next. So let's just give her a round of applause for coming out from Michigan to celebrate and fight for our country with us. I am so excited to be joining y'all here in El Paso on our beautiful frontera. My name is Michelle Vallejo, and I'm running for Texas' 15th Congressional District because the Rio Grande Valley deserves a fighter in Congress who will always put our families and the needs of our community first. Woo! I was born and raised in the Valley. I'm an entrepreneur, a daughter of immigrants, and a proud Tejana. I come from a big family of farm workers and small business owners, very hardworking, humble, and honest people, just like every one of you in this room. Growing up, I witnessed my parents having to work multiple jobs to make ends meet. And little by little, they built their dream, their sueño americano. And together, they established Pulga Los Portales in 1997. Today, 26 years later, I'm proud to build on their legacy by continuing to operate and expand our family business and help other small businesses in the Valley succeed and create good-paying jobs. The values of hard work, helping others, and always showing up for your neighbors were instilled in me at a very young age. And that's why I've spent my career fighting to help other businesses succeed and to be able to provide for other families as well. During this time, I also became a dedicated and successful student thanks to South Texas Public Schools. Woo! And eventually, I became vice president of my class at Columbia University. I had a plan. I was on track. However, life is never that easy. One morning, before my student council meeting, I received a call from my tia Janie. She told me to get home fast. My mom, Maribel, had been battling multiple sclerosis for 15 years, and she had been going in and out of the hospital. Doctors weren't optimistic. I left Columbia's campus straight to JFK Airport, and I waited nearly 8 hours for the next plane out. Those were the longest 8 hours of my life. You see, my mom was a boss, a super mom, a chingona, and she was just 46 years old when she earned her wings, way too early. As I sat in the airport, I remember thinking about her healthcare journey and how difficult and scary it was for our entire family. I remember as a whole family, we would often have to travel hundreds of miles and many times into Mexico to get the care that my mom needed, trips that were so hard on her. That was due to the lack of access to healthcare in South Texas, a problem that we are still facing to this very day. That experience solidified my journey to honoring my mother's legacy, to fighting for a better future for working class people like my family and like so many of you in this room. In this very hard time in my life, I remember thinking often of a quote by Eduardo Galeano. Mucha gente pequeña en lugares pequeños haciendo cosas pequeñas pueden cambiar el mundo. Many small people in small places doing small things can change the world. So I came back home, came back to the Valley, and I got to work, organizing in my community and serving South Texans. I co-founded an annual women's entrepreneurship conference serving minority women in business throughout all of South Texas. And I also co-founded a leadership training program for young leaders all along the frontera. I rolled up my sleeves even more and also took on the leadership of our family business, ushering it through COVID shutdowns and transforming it into a drive-through market because I knew not just the dreams of many families, but also their economic futures were on the line. That is the same reason why I'm running for Congress now, so that hard-working South Texans are able to support their families and get their kids a good education and have economic opportunities at home in the Valley for all of our familias to thrive. It's not that much to ask for. So I will always fight for Texas families, and I will always fight for what they need most. Aside from economic opportunities and a good education, that means fighting for access to affordable, high-quality health care, and to ensure that we all have the right and the freedom to make our own private health care decisions. This fight is very personal for me, and I know that it is for all of us in this room. And let me tell you something. We can do it. We can win this race, and we could create a better future for South Texas. Texas 15 has been identified as one of the top pickup priorities this cycle by national Democrats. I am the youngest candidate and the only Latina currently targeted by National Democratic Party nationwide. Texas 15 is also a district where Ted Cruz lost by 12 points. So, with a fighter like Congressman Colin Allred on the ballot with me, we have a real shot at beating my MAGA opponent, Monica de la Cruz, and taking down Ted Cruz with her. They are way too wrapped up in Republican Party politics, far too extreme for South Texas, and in her short time in Congress, Monica de la Cruz has sided with her party on every single issue, even when it hurts our South Texas families. And Monica told us exactly who she would be in office. So we can't be surprised when she supports a national abortion ban, or that she has proposed budgets that would outlaw IVF for our families, or that she has voted to jeopardize Social Security and Medicare for our parents and our abuelitos. Completely disgraceful. Monica told us that she would always take the side of far-right extremists when in office, and she's doing just that. I know that in this room we can all agree that the Valley deserves better. That Texas deserves better. So let's make sure to vote her out and get what we deserve. A chance to live our sueño americano without our home and future being jeopardized by MAGA Monica or anyone else who's out to hurt our families. Woo! So my family has lived our American dream, and I want to make sure the next generation of South Texans have the same opportunity to live their American dream as well. Woo! I appreciate all of you for being here tonight, and before I go, I want to invite you to join our team. Join Team Vallejo. Find us online at michellefortx15.com. Sign up to make phone calls, write letters, and even block walk with us, and donate if you can. And follow me and share our message on social media, and help us spread the word that winning Texas 15 is how we take back the majority in Congress. Woo! Thank you for coming out, everybody, for joining me in this fight for making a better Texas. Muchas gracias y buenas noches. Y como siempre, vamos por 15.
Please give a warm Texas welcome to DNC Vice Chair and Governor of the State of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer.
Hi, everybody. I'm so glad to be here with all of you, and I want to start by paraphrasing a living legend from Houston, Queen Bee herself. This is Texas, it ain't no hold'em. I'm fired up to be here at the Texas Democratic Party Convention, and I am proud to join you all in beautiful El Paso. They say everything is bigger in Texas. And I gotta say, Big Gretch is feeling right at home. Don't worry, I'm not going to refer to myself in the third person again. I am humbled, however, that Senator Ted Cruz noticed I'm here. He said he's launching a, quote, full-scale attack on me. Bless his heart. Anyways, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I was raised in a bipartisan household. My mom worked for a Democratic Attorney General. My dad worked for a Republican governor, a normal, pragmatic Republican. They taught my siblings and me the value of hard work. And my first job was at a place called Burlingame Lumber. I stocked the shelves at Target, and I worked at the line at a buffet restaurant. And then I went to Michigan State University. In college, I interned with the AFL-CIO. And that really sparked my interest in politics. After law school at Michigan State, I looked around at the people running for office, and I thought, I can do it better than those guys. I was 28 years old, and some people thought running was a little too bold, but I ignored them. I ran for the State House, and I won. And in my first term, I became a member of the sandwich generation. I see some of you nodding, but for those of you who don't know what that means, I was sandwiched between two generations of my own family for whom I was the primary caregiver. You know, they say the 5 most stressful life events are getting married, having a child, losing a loved one, moving your home, and starting a new job. I did them all that first term. I took care of my newborn daughter and my mom who was dying of brain cancer. And that period of my life forged me into the person I am today. I remember long nights holding my baby, arguing on the phone with my mom's insurance company, trying to make dinner, thinking about what bills I had to pay, and reading the memo for the next day at work. It was not an extraordinary situation, it's life. A baby, a sick parent, a household to run and a career. It's what so many Michiganders and Texans juggle every day. But it made me realize how lucky I was to have the resources that I did, a good paying job, childcare, and a voice in my community. And that's what every person wants and deserves, those basics, right? Enough to provide for their family, fair wages, good benefits, dignity, decency, respect. And you know who agrees with me? Our President, Joe Biden. My dear friend and fellow co-chair, Veronica Escobar. And your Senate nominee, Colin Allred. And every Democrat up and down the ballot. So tonight I'm here to do three things. Number one, remind you all to keep fighting like hell. Two, to talk about the stakes this November. And three, to introduce my friend Colin Allred. So let me tell you about a big state that kind of looks like a hand, bordered by water. Republicans had been in power for decades, controlling statewide offices and the state legislature. They ran everything. They made life harder and more unaffordable for everyday families. They gutted fundamental rights for women, workers, teachers, the LGBTQ+ community. They protected corporate special interests and sold out public land and water and ignored the people, their constituents. Now, it might sound like I'm talking about Texas, but I'm not. I'm talking about Michigan just a few years ago. For decades, we Michigan Democrats had been getting our teeth kicked in. I served in the state legislature for 14 years. I was in the minority the entire time. My colleagues and I lost often, but we never gave up. We fought back against attacks on women and workers and middle-class families. We negotiated where we could. We raised the minimum wage for 1 million workers. We expanded Medicaid to cover over 1 million people. And what I'm most proud of, is that we were able to get a lot of good stuff done despite that. And we never lost hope. I ran for governor in 2018. During my campaign, I went to every single county, all 83. We didn't write off any part of the state. I listened to everyone. We competed everywhere. And during the campaign, I met a mom who kept making a long drive to visit her son in the hospital multiple times a week. She had busted a rim on the broken roads, which sidelined her for a whole day. It kept her away from her son in the hospital, and it cost her hundreds of dollars and her precious time. When I asked her that day, if I'm elected governor, what can I do that's going to make your life better? And she said, just fix the damn roads. So that's what I ran on, fixing the damn roads. Focusing on the fundamentals, getting things done that make a real difference in people's lives. And you know what? It worked. Just 2 years after Donald Trump won Michigan, I beat the sitting Republican Attorney General by 10 points. And at the same time, Democrats won races for Secretary of State and Attorney General too. Now, we didn't win back either chamber of the legislature in 2018. We emerged from the political wilderness back into statewide power, but still had Republican-controlled legislature. And we got a lot done in my first term while facing historic challenges: a pandemic, historic floods, tornadoes, fires. I know you don't get polar vortexes down here, but that too. And you may have heard of the kidnapping and murder plot too. That first term, I had to work with a Republican legislature, and let's just say they didn't always want to work with me. They tried 28 recall attempts against me that term, and they went 0 for 28, I'm just saying. But through it all, we never stopped hustling. We kept doing the work. The stakes were raised when Justice Ginsburg passed away. Right then, my legal team and I strategized about how to protect reproductive freedom. Our work culminated in a lawsuit that I filed to keep abortion legal in Michigan before the decision overturning Roe was released. Some people thought I was overreacting. I ignored them. In 2020, Michiganders voted to send Joe Biden to the White House. We put him over the top. And we breathed a small sigh of relief and looked forward to 2022, when we knew we would have a shot at the majority, thanks to new, fair maps that were being drawn without gerrymandering. And then Roe v. Wade was actually overturned. We saw it coming, but we were still gutted by it. I was thinking about how my daughters would have fewer rights than I had my whole life, and how American families wouldn't be able to make basic decisions about their futures. So we sprang into action, made a long to-do list of actions we could take to protect reproductive freedom. We started crossing things off one by one. Even though we couldn't get a law through our Republican state legislature, I used my executive authority to protect people's rights. We held roundtables on abortion in every region of the state. We brought people of all ages and parties and backgrounds to the table. And I remember one woman who sat across the table from me and told me she did not vote for me in 2018, but she was out knocking doors for me in 2022. I was the first Democrat she ever supported because I was fighting for reproductive freedom. And because of that woman and many like her, we made history in 2022. I won my re-election by almost 11 points against an extreme MAGA Republican. Michiganders overwhelmingly passed a ballot measure to protect abortion in our state constitution. And Democrats won control of both the Michigan House and Senate for the first time in 40 years. And with our new majority, we Michigan Democrats have a three-part strategy: get shit done. We repealed our 1931 ban on abortion. We enshrined protections for IVF, birth control, and surrogacy into state law. Democrats got it done. We cut taxes by $1 billion for seniors and working families. Democrats got it done. We balanced the budget, paid down billions in debt, raised our rainy day fund to an all-time high. Fiscally responsible. Democrats got it done. We made historic investments to build housing, replace lead pipes, protect the Great Lakes, and fix the damn roads. Democrats got it done too. And we started feeding every public school student. All 1.4 million Michigan public school kids now get free breakfast and lunch at school every day. Democrats got it done. And weeks after a shooting on one of our campuses, we enacted common sense gun laws, background checks, safe storage, extreme risk protection orders. Democrats got that done. And we strengthened civil rights protections for the LGBTQ+ community and enacted the Crown Act. Democrats got it done. We stood strong for our teachers by supporting them to do what they do best, teach, and got out of their way. Democrats got it done. So we're on the right track, but our work isn't done yet in Michigan. I'm telling you this story because I see the same future for all of you and the Lone Star State. Texas Democrats, you have been doing the work, cycle after cycle. Texas Democrats, I sense the same hunger for change in this state, and I know this fight can feel futile sometimes. Believe me, I've been there. But to quote one of my political heroes, your incredible Governor Ann Richards, I've been tested by the fire and the fire lost. I promise you, Texas Democrats, if you keep fighting, if you keep clawing for progress 1 yard at a time, you will beat the fire. I'm here today because I believe in Texas and I believe in Texas Democrats. Texans might be the only people in the nation who brag about their state more than Michiganders. You deserve a state worthy of your values and spirit. Texans are fiercely independent. You deserve leaders who will stay out of your doctor's office. Texans care about their neighbors. You deserve leaders who are going to expand Medicaid to lower the cost of health care. Texans are leaders. You deserve leaders who will fix your grid and support clean energy instead of enabling rolling blackouts. Texans have endured unimaginable tragedy, and you deserve action on gun violence, not cowardice. And Texans are diverse. Here in El Paso, you understand that better than anyone. You deserve leaders who bring people together. You deserve leaders who will fight for you. We got a lot at stake in this election. And that brings us to November. With the election just 5 months away, we all know that the stakes are high. Let's start at the top of the ballot. We have to re-elect our President Joe Biden and our Vice President Kamala Harris. In 4 years, they brought America back from a deadly pandemic and out of a deep recession. Through extraordinary political division, they've delivered results. The cost of insulin is capped at $35 a month, and Medicare can finally negotiate lower prescription drug prices. Joe Biden got it done. The bipartisan infrastructure law is fixing the damn roads, repairing crumbling bridges, and replacing lead pipes. A lot of people talk about good game about infrastructure, but Joe Biden got it done. And there is a manufacturing boom across America. We're seeing it in Michigan with companies building new factories and bringing back middle-class jobs back to places that too often had been left behind. Joe Biden got it done. In 2019, there were just 2 electric vehicle battery factories in America. There are 30 being built or open today now. Joe Biden got it done. And in 2020, we all lived through the shortage of semiconductor chips, which jacked up prices on cars and electronics. And now every major chip maker across the world is building a factory in America. Who got it done? Joe Biden got it done. Veterans exposed to burn pits had gone without adequate health care for too long. Now they get the care they deserve. Joe Biden got it done. There is still good work to do, but thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, things are headed in the right direction. While Joe Biden fights for all of us, Donald Trump cares only about himself. Donald Trump blew a $1 trillion hole in our national deficit to cut taxes for billionaires and big corporations. He tried repealing the Affordable Care Act, stripping away health care for tens of millions of Americans. He packed the Supreme Court with extreme justices who lied to Congress and who are stripping away freedoms to make our own decisions about our bodies. He demonizes immigrants, teachers, labor, the LGBTQ+ community, and any group he sees as not worthy of basic rights. Our choice this November is crystal clear. We have to ask ourselves, do we work together to make things better, or do we denounce one another and fall behind? Do we elect Joe Biden, a good person who sees the best in us, or Donald Trump, a selfish one who brings out the worst in us? Do we still believe that out of many, we are one? Or do we trust a man who says he'll be a dictator on day one? Donald Trump's vision for America is divided, scared, and small. The Republican Party of Texas shares that vision. Just 2 weeks ago, they released their official party platform. They want to ban abortions with 0 exceptions. They want to privatize Social Security. They want to get rid of mental health support for our students. They want to repeal the Voting Rights Act of 1965. They want to stop our gay and trans neighbors from existing. They want to arm teachers with guns while gutting their pay and defunding our schools. They want to make it easier for corporations to poison our water, drill on public lands, abuse workers, and ship jobs overseas. They want to rename military bases after Confederate losers and vote to secede from the United States as early as next year. They want to make it impossible for you Texas Democrats to win statewide by requiring candidates to win a majority of counties, not the most votes. Their platform is an ugly, angry document. There is no compassion, no appeal to unity, no attempt to call on our better angels. Donald Trump and the Texas Republican Party are wrong about America. We are a strong, optimistic nation. We have one another's backs. You can see that proud, big-hearted American spirit here in Texas. Texas, you have the power in this election. You decide your city councils, your mayor's offices, your state legislature, your governor's office, Congress, and the White House. This November, we need to get out there and knock some doors and make the calls and go vote. The stakes are high, and every one of us can and must be a part of this. And that brings me to my last order of business. I want to tell you about my friend Colin Allred. Colin is running for the U.S. Senate to fight to lower health care costs, to protect Medicare and Social Security, to expand access to trade schools, to pass comprehensive immigration reform, and to take care of our veterans. And oh, did I mention he's running against Senator Ted Cruz? Now look, I could say a lot about Ted Cruz. You could say a lot about Ted Cruz. Anyone could say a lot about Ted Cruz. I know Ted Cruz loves talking about Ted Cruz. But there's nothing I could tell you that you haven't already heard. But to summarize, Ted Cruz is all hat and no cattle. While Colin Allred is focused on helping you and your family get ahead, Ted Cruz is focused on getting headlines for himself. Now let's be clear, this is gonna be a tough race. But the good news, Ted Cruz is scared. He's lashing out at me just for being here. Texas, you deserve a leader who isn't scared of that woman from Michigan. You deserve a senator who will stand up for Texas and work with anyone to get things done. You deserve a leader who wants our kids to grow up in a kind, decent America. Texas, you deserve Colin Allred. As I close, I want to quote Ann Richards again. The here and now is all we have. And if we play it right, it's all we'll need. This November, Texas, let's play it right. Let's re-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and let's send Colin Allred to the Senate and end the chaos in the House of Representatives. Let's keep fighting like hell and keep Texas blue. Thank you for welcoming me. Good night.
I'm Colin Allred, former NFL player, congressman, and candidate for U.S. Senate. I'm a fourth-generation Texan. Our story as Texans is one of progress. Texas is an incredibly diverse state. It's a strength for us.
We need to be talking about the politics of big ideas. The stakes of this election are incredibly high. We're all here today because we know that we can do better than Ted. We are going to work together and build a movement that tells Texans that we can defend our freedom, fight for a fair economy, secure our border, restoring hope that who you elect actually matters.
And I'm in the Senate. I'll stay focused on the things that impact you and your family.
Because we is more powerful than me.
Please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher.
Hello, Texas Democrats. Good evening. I'm Lizzie Fletcher, and I have had the honor and privilege of representing Texas's 7th Congressional District since January of 2019. And that's because a little more than 7 years ago now, a dedicated and diverse group of people from all across Houston, with help from our friends all across Texas, came together and worked night and day in every way you can think of, with a purpose and a plan to turn this red district blue for the first time in more than 50 years. And just up the road in Dallas, it turns out they were doing the same thing. In the 32nd Congressional District, Colin Allred was taking on a powerful Republican incumbent, the chair of the Rules Committee, the former head of the National Republican Campaign Committee, who had held that seat since it was created. People said he couldn't be beaten. But on election night in 2018, these two Republican districts became Democratic ones, thanks to Texas Democrats. After I was elected, I got a lot of advice. And one bit of advice that I remember was the often repeated phrase, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. But the person who gave me that advice had no idea that I was going to Washington with Colin Allred. As soon as we met, we were friends, real friends, right? Even though he's from Dallas and I'm from Houston, we had so much in common. Now, I wasn't the captain of the Baylor football team. I wasn't a linebacker in the NFL for the former Houston Oilers. I didn't work in the Obama administration, but we were both lawyers and Texans in similar long-held Republican seats in Congress, and we both had the calling in 2018 as first-time candidates, as Texas Democrats, that it was time for us to serve our fellow Texans and our fellow Americans at this pivotal moment in our history. Since we've been in Congress, we've been through so much together. We have served in unprecedented times, which makes the work as meaningful and as important as it can be. From coming in as part of that class of 2018 that gave Democrats the majority in the House, that returned Nancy Pelosi to the Speaker's chair and elected Colin Allred as our class president, to coming back in 2020, holding on to these seats when the Republicans threw everything they had at us, helping elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and keeping Speaker Pelosi in the chair to lead the most productive Congress in the last century. That's what happens when Democrats are in charge. Colin and I were both in the Capitol on January 6th. I was up in the House gallery, Colin was down on the House floor.
And as the warnings came in that a mob was inside the Capitol, as we heard beating on the doors and breaking glass, I watched as Colin took off his suit jacket, ready to fight anyone who came through that door. We saw that day and in the days since the very real threats to our democracy that I know are on the minds of everyone here. And I am here to tell you that there is no one more committed to protecting our democracy, our freedoms, our rights, our progress, and our country than Colin Allred. Now, he knows that to do that, we have to elect Democrats. And he knows how to do that too. He knows how to win. After all, he's done it before, in the toughest of races. So in a bit of a tribute to the future Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries, I thought I'd run through the alphabet and describe Colin in 26 words. But there were too many words to describe Colin, so I narrowed it down to three. 3 words that I think describe Colin in my experience, and 3 words that I want you to remember from now to November. Leader, fighter, winner. I can tell you from experience that Colin is someone who people in Congress and outside of Congress both like and respect, who works effectively for Texans and all Americans, who always has our backs, and who never stops fighting for us. Don't you agree with me that that's something we Texans deserve in our senator? Are you ready to hear from him? Well, my fellow Texans, I am filled with pride and joy to welcome to the stage my friend, our Democratic nominee, and our next senator from the great state of Texas, Colin Allred.
All right. Okay. I got to put the microphone up a little bit. Buenas noches. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. I want to thank my dear friend. And when we say this sometimes in Congress, we don't mean it, but I do. My dear, dear friend, Lizzie Fletcher. She makes us all so proud. Give her a hand, please. And I want to thank Governor Gretchen Whitmer for joining us tonight. She knows how to win tough fights. And I really want to thank my colleague and friend, your Congresswoman, Veronica Escobar, your State Senator, Senator Blanco, for hosting us in their beautiful city, and to Beto O'Rourke, for his years of service. Now, we're good Democrats here, and we care about working folks, so I want to thank the staff here at the El Paso Convention Center for all of their hard work in making this weekend possible. It's with great honor and pride that on behalf of myself, my wife Allie, my 2 perfect, beautiful boys, Jordan and Cameron, my mom Judith, my Aunt Tess, and my Uncle Jim, and the generations of Texans that I'm descended from, that included slaves in East Texas, and a former governor, and James V. Allred, the 33rd governor of Texas. It's my honor to be your nominee for the United States Senate. I know that a story like mine is only possible in Texas, a state that was once a country, a state that was once in the grips of Jim Crow and that produced the president who ended it, a state that produced the Speaker of the House that ushered in the New Deal, and the first black congresswoman from the South, Barbara Jordan. a state that Americans of every race, creed, faith, background, and identity call home. Only in this great state could the child of a single mother who taught in Texas public schools for 27 years, and we don't pay our teachers enough. Only in this great state could someone who attended good public schools in Dallas, but who struggled at times growing up, but who always had a community to fall back on. Only in this state would I be where I am today. That's why I know that we're not who Ted Cruz says we are. Because if we were, and I really mean this, my story would not have been possible. It's because of the people of this state, the teachers and coaches who went above and beyond for me in Dallas, the opportunity that I was given at Baylor and Waco. It's because of the community that my mom and my aunt grew up in Brownsville, where my grandfather was a customs officer after serving the Navy in World War II. It's because of the folks who helped me make it in the NFL and go to law school and become a voting rights attorney. The folks, many of you in this room, who helped me beat a 22-year incumbent to get to Congress in 2018. It's because of this great state and the people in it that I stand before you now as our nominee. And with God's grace and with your help, I will become the first African American to ever represent our great state in the United States Senate. Now listen, we all know who Ted Cruz is. He's the guy that you hope you don't get steak next to at a barbecue. When I was in the NFL, we had a word for guys like Ted. We called them me guys. Me guys are always looking out for themselves first. On the football field, we learn to work together, put the team above self, to share credit. But when there's a me guy on the team, it makes everybody worse. They care more about their own media attention than helping the team win. Unfortunately, Washington, D.C. is full of me guys. But no one, and I know this from my 6 years now in Congress, no one is more self-serving, more disconnected from Texans' needs than Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is the ultimate me guy. This is a guy who spends hundreds of hours podcasting because he thinks the sound of his own voice is more important than doing the work for Texas families. When we voted to bring high-tech manufacturing jobs back home, Ted said no. Now, billions of dollars are coming to our state to create thousands of Texas jobs, and there's Ted, trying to take credit. Textbook me guy behavior. We voted to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors and cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month. There was Ted, voting no. You think the $500,000 he's taken from Big Pharma had anything to do with that? It's hard enough to retire with dignity in this country, but if Ted Cruz gets his way, he'll raise the retirement age and cut Social Security and Medicare. It'll be a nightmare for our seniors who've paid into these programs all their lives. And when the lights went out in the energy capital of the world, only a me guy would think it's okay to fly down to the Ritz-Carlton in Cancun. That's not my Texas. In my Texas, we believe that we is more powerful than me. It's woven through all of our founding documents. Jefferson wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident." The Constitution begins, "We the people," in order to form a more perfect union. Lincoln reminded us that we are not enemies. After the ravages of the Civil War, that we are not enemies, but friends. Faith leaders and domestic workers and students braved fire hoses and dogs to tell the world, "We shall overcome." And more recently, millions have been inspired to say, "Yes, we can. Si se puede." And we don't have to be embarrassed by our senator. We can get a new one. And that's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. It's about the women in the panhandle standing up to billionaires who want to ban travel on local roads to access an abortion. And they're winning, by the way. It's about the Border Patrol agents I met here in El Paso who confided in me that they're worried about the morale and mental health within their ranks because of the challenges of combating complex fentanyl trafficking, as well as record surges of migrants, all while managing the vital cross-border trade with Mexico. It's about the Republican in Waco who told me that she'd never supported a Democrat before, But she's supporting me because she's worried about our democracy. It's about the mom in Dallas, who I think about every single day, who despite battling terminal cancer, became an advocate for protecting other Texans' health care, while Ted Cruz was trying to take it away. It's about the grandmas I meet at church in Houston, who come up to me and they grab me by the hand. They tell me, I'm praying for you. We need you. It's about the gun owners who I meet on the campaign trail who know about our proud heritage of gun ownership in this state, but also think that shouldn't prevent us from taking action to save lives and keep our kids safe. It's about the working mom in Arlington who I met who told me she's paying $5,000 a month for her arthritis medication, and she needs relief now. And it's about the mother of two who has a much wanted and much prayed for third pregnancy, and who gets the news that we all hope we don't get. The pregnancy is not viable. The baby's not going to make it. And she now has to make one of the most heartbreaking decisions that any person will ever be faced with. And because of extremists like Ted Cruz, she can't get the care that she needs close to home. So she has to flee our state under threat of criminal prosecution. That's not my Texas. In my Texas, we believe in freedom. We believe in the freedom to make your own health care decisions, including access to an abortion. We believe in the fundamental promise that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to take care of your family, buy a home, join a union, send your kids off to school, and retire with dignity. In my Texas, we don't run to Cancun when the lights go out. We run to help our neighbors. In my Texas, we know that we can secure the border without resorting to cruel and dangerous stunts. And in my Texas, we know that I am my brother's keeper. I am my sister's keeper. If there's a Texan who doesn't have health insurance because our leaders have refused to expand Medicaid, if there's a child who's sitting in one of our public schools that's underfunded who can't reach her potential, if someone's working full-time, but minimum wage isn't enough for them to take care of their family, that hurts all of us as Texans. I've got two boys. They're 3 and 5. They're fifth-generation Texans, and I will never stop fighting for their future and for the Texas that I know we can be. Now, y'all know, I went to Baylor, I lived in Waco, I played in the NFL, where folks from all different backgrounds have to come together to work towards a common goal. I know who we are as Texans. I know we have political differences, but we have more that unites us as Texans than divides us. And that's something that Ted Cruz will never understand. I've been named the most bipartisan member of the entire Texas congressional delegation. I'm proud of that. I've worked hard at it. I don't pursue bipartisanship, though, just for the sake of it. I do it because it's how you get things done. That's what Texans expect from their leaders, that you'll roll up your sleeves and get to work, just like they do every single day. And in this election, we have a choice between the ultimate me guy and somebody who will work for all 30 million of us. And together, we can restore freedom to Texas women and families. We can show the country and the world how to secure our border consistent with our values. We can show everyone that y'all really does mean all. And if they want to come for our freedoms, then they can come and take it. This November, we're going to shock the world. We're going to beat Ted Cruz. We're going to elect leaders like Michelle Vallejo to Congress. We're going to flip seats in the State House and the Senate, electing new leaders up and down the ballot, but we can't do it without you. So go to ColinAllred.com and get involved. Thank you so much. Let's do it, Texas.
Please give a warm welcome to your Texas Democratic Party Chairman, Gilberto Hinojosa.
I don't need to tell you this, with no further business tonight, we stand in recess until tomorrow's general session. starting at 10 a.m. Thank you, Texas Democrats. We stand in recess.